Chapter 36-39. Being stared at by several people. The petite woman's face suddenly became a little unnatural. Squeezing out a smile on her face, she asked timidly, "Do you have any instructions for me, elders?" Xiao Bai did not answer. Yang Kai's lips curled into a playful smile. Morong Xiao Xiao spoke bluntly. "Duwan, are you from Demon Heavenly Way?" Morong Xiao Xiao found it hard to accept that the fellow disciple who had followed her through life and death was actually a member of Emotian Dao. If it was an ordinary person, it wouldn't be a big deal. But the key was that Duwan had suffered serious injuries in the battle just now. Her wounds were still bleeding, and her clothes were dyed red with blood. How could such a disciple be from Demon Heavenly Way? But this was Yang Kai's speculation, so she couldn't ignore it. 2 years ago, a large number of spies planted by Demon Heavenly Way were purged from various sects and families. Many sects and families suffered great losses during that investigation. Azure Sun Temple was still fine. Only a few dozen disciples were found. If this Duwan was really from Demon Heavenly Way, it meant that the investigation 2 years ago was not complete. There were still many spies in the entire Azure Sun Temple, and even other sects. If such a storm happened again, who knew what kind of turmoil it would cause? Morong Xiao Xiao's heart was heavy. As soon as this statement came out, the faces of more than a dozen Azure Sun Temple disciples changed drastically, and they all looked at Duwan. Duwan herself was stunned, and immediately said bitterly, "3 elders, this disciple is not from Demon Heavenly Way. This disciple is innocent." Morong Xiao Xiao turned her head and looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai said lightly, "Whether you are innocent or not, words are no proof. Whether you are or not, it is not up to you to decide. Look into my eyes." When the words fell, Yang Kai's right eye suddenly turned pitch black, as if it had turned into a black hole that could swallow everything. Duwan instinctively looked over, and with just one glance, she could no longer look away. Under the gaze, the woman quickly trembled like a sieve, and her petite body was filled with a trace of dark qi. The dark qi aura was only wisps at first, and was not very obvious. But after just a few breaths, it erupted like a tide and completely enveloped her. Demonic qi rolled, full of an evil and brutal aura. There was no need to ask again, as the answer was obvious. Many of Azure Sun Temple's disciples were shocked. Xiao Bai sighed softly, and Morong Xiao Xiao's eyes were dull. After her identity was exposed, Duwan's previous meekness and shyness disappeared, as if she had become a completely different person. With a fierce howl, she pounced towards the nearest fellow disciple. She knew that she wasn't strong enough to fight anyone from the Emperor realm. She just wanted to capture a hostage and escape. That fellow disciple was still in shock and was injured. How could he react in time? By the time Duwan reached him, it was already too late to resist. She screamed in her heart that her life was over. She closed her eyes and waited for death. However, she didn't die. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and grabbed Duwan. No matter how the petite person struggled, she couldn't get rid of the invisible shackles. In desperation, Duwan sneered. "Sooner or later, this world will be the world of the demon race. You are all stubborn, and will die without a burial place. If you want to live, why don't you follow me and join Demon Heavenly Way? That way, you will have a chance to live." After her identity was exposed, and she was captured by Yang Kai, not only did she not beg for mercy, she even threatened him. She was really arrogant. Morong Xiao Xiao's face was filled with grief. The easily shy Duwan in her memory was not like this. Yang Kai smiled lightly. "Is that what the people of Demon Heavenly Way told you?" Duwan coldly snorted. On the battlefield in the Western Territory, the star boundary has been forced to retreat. The demon race's army has been preparing for war. Great emperors have fallen in Demon Heavenly Way's territory. When the demon saint makes his move, who in the star boundary can stop him? Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "What you know is old news. There have been some changes in the two-realm battlefield. I'm afraid you aren't too clear about it." "What changes?" Duwan asked coldly. Yang Kai said, "The passage between the two realms has been sealed. The demon race's army's reinforcements have been cut off, and the demon race's powerhouses are unable to break through the realm barrier. Although there are many demon race's army on the battlefield in the Western Territory, It is only a matter of time before they are all wiped out. Duwan was startled and said coldly, "Stop trying to mislead people." Yang Kai smiled. "It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. It won't affect the situation between the two realms." Duwan was silent for a moment, and a dangerous aura suddenly surged from her body. The demon chi on the surface of her body surged endlessly, as if she could explode at any time. At the same time she sneered, "I'll wait for you on the road to the Yellow Springs." After falling into Yang Kai's hands, she knew that there was no hope of escaping, so she directly asked for death. She was very decisive. Perhaps it was because her mind was affected by the demonic chi, but her actions were quite similar to those of the demon race. Morong Xiaoxiao's face changed drastically, and she quickly shouted, "Demonic blood purification, brother, be careful." How could Yang Kai not notice? The change in Duwan's aura was so obvious. Whether it was the demonic blood purification or something else, it looked like a self-detonation secret technique. He hurriedly urged his demon chi to suppress it. Unexpectedly, he couldn't suppress it. Amidst her wild laughter, Duwan's petite body swelled up, as if she was about to explode in the next moment. Yang Kai frowned, and with a shake of his hand, the person in his hand disappeared directly, and the dangerous aura was annihilated. Although she was from the demon Heavenly Way, she was still a disciple of Azure Sun Temple after all. It was just that her mind was corrupted by the demonic chi. If she could be cured, she might be able to turn over a new leaf. Yang Kai didn't want to kill her, but he also didn't want her to self-detonate, so he directly put her into the small sealed world. With his small sealed world's master strength, it was more than enough to suppress Duwan's self-detonation. Sure enough, after being put into the small sealed world, under the cover of world force, the violent aura on Duwan's body gradually disappeared and soon calmed down. A big living person suddenly disappeared like this, causing a group of Azure Sun Temple disciples to exclaim. Xiao Baiyi and Morong Xiaoxiao also had inquiring expressions, wanting to know where Yang Kai had taken Duwan. Yang Kai informed them through divine sense transmission, and the two of them were relieved. However, there was actually a mole in her team, which made Morong Xiaoxiao's mood heavy. Xiao Baiyi also brought a team with him, but she didn't know if there were any hidden demon Heavenly Way members. Fortunately, Yang Kai and Boya both had insight, so they only needed to wait for that team to come and take a look to know the result. "What did you find?" Yang Kai lowered his head and looked at Boya. Boya said, "It should be a secret technique of the Blood Demon clan, but I've never heard of it before. I'm afraid it was only recently developed." Why the people of Demon Heavenly Way could still maintain their consciousness after being eroded by the demonic chi, and why they could even hide in the star boundary without being detected was something that the people of the star boundary had never understood. If they could crack this key point, maybe they would be able to discover some flaws when they met the people of Demon Heavenly Way in the future. Boya was studying this just now, hearing her say that it was a secret technique of the Blood Demon clan. Yang Kai couldn't help but raise his brow. He sent his divine sense into the small sealed world and materialized in front of Baizhua and Baiya. Although Baizhua was a general under Yu Rumeng's command, he was from the Blood Demon clan. If the people of Demon Heavenly Way used a secret technique of the Blood Demon clan, Baizhua should be able to see through it. At the same time, Yang Kai also summoned Duwan over. The demonic blood extermination was suppressed and failed to self-destruct, so Duwan was unconscious at this moment. She lay there quietly and returned to her original appearance. Her petite body was curled up into a ball, making her look very lovable. "Brother Yang, what's the matter?" Baizhua glanced at Duwan and asked. Yang Kai said, "I remember that Brother Baizhua went back and forth between the two-world battlefield and the demon territory several times?" Baizhua nodded and said, "That's right. After several years of war, he returned to the demon territory several times and returned to the battlefield several times. In that case, have you ever heard of Demon Heavenly Way?" Yang Kai pointed at Duwan in front of him. Baizhua smiled and said, "Of course I've heard of it. Why, is this woman from Demon Heavenly Way?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Boya said that she should have been affected by some secret technique of the Blood Demon clan. So I wanted to ask Brother Baizhua to examine her and see if you can save her. Baizhua heard this and said, those people from Demon Heavenly Way were indeed affected by my Blood Demon Clan's secret technique. But I'm not too sure what this secret technique is because I'm not in charge of this matter. However, I can examine her. As for whether or not she can be saved, I can't guarantee it, but I'll do my best. Then I'll have to trouble Brother Baizhua. Brother Yang is too polite. Oh right. Yang Kai suddenly thought of something and asked, can you tell the difference between the real demon race and the people from Demon Heavenly Way when you see them? Baizhua looked at the unconscious Du Wan and said, I can see that although the demonic qi on her body is deeply hidden, there are still traces of it. Baya also nodded and said, that's right. Yang Kai thought for a moment before raising his hand and summoning another person. It was the demon race member that Yang Kai had first taken into the small sealed world, Huoluan. This guy seemed to be meditating and cultivating. When he was summoned by Yang Kai from the third peak, he was still in a cultivation posture, but after a while he realized that something was wrong. When he opened his eyes, he was startled and quickly bowed. Yang Kai didn't waste time with him, and just pointed to Du Wan on the ground and said, look at this woman. Do you see anything special about her? Huoluan didn't know the situation, and carefully looked at Yang Kai's expression before paying attention to Du Wan. After a long time he carefully said, this woman is petite and young, her appearance is average, and her figure is average. Yang Kai raised his hand and stopped him. Is there anything else? Anything else? Huoluan felt the pressure and gulped. I don't know what Master is referring to. She's been infected by the demonic qi. She's been infected by the demonic qi. Huoluan was stunned. He looked down at Du Wan carefully, and then shook his head vigorously. I can't see it. This was strange. Boya could see it but Huoluan couldn't. The difference in cultivation between the two wasn't very big. Huoluan was a low-ranked demon king. If even Huoluan couldn't see it, it could only mean that the demonic qi in the demon race was hidden very deeply. As for Boya, Yang Kai thought about it, and could only conclude that it was because she was born with extraordinary eyesight. After all, she was a feather demon and cultivated an eye technique, so it was reasonable that she could see what others couldn't. Chapter 3640. Inside the small sealed world, the divine sense projection was communicating with Baizhua and Baya. Outside, Yang Kai wasn't idle either, directing Boya to interrogate the demon heavenly path's leader in the Emperor realm to find out where their stronghold was. Although the demon heavenly path's people were very well hidden, since this person was from the Emperor realm, he must have access to some information that ordinary disciples wouldn't have access to. It was rare to capture one alive, so naturally, Yang Kai had to make some inquiries. Boya didn't disappoint Yang Kai. She was a demon king, so although she wasn't good at interrogation, she still had her own methods. The demon heavenly path's leader in the Emperor realm had a seal planted by Yang Kai, so he couldn't resist at all. It wasn't long before he couldn't bear it and confessed. There were countless strongholds of the demon heavenly path, and he didn't know about the others, but he had rushed over from a place called White Horse Town. According to him, White Horse Town didn't seem special on the surface, but there were many demon heavenly path members hiding in it, mingling in the streets. They were no different from ordinary people, but if they were summoned, they would immediately rush to different places to perform tasks. This time, he came here because he was summoned. However, halfway there, he felt that someone was following him, so he carefully circled around the area, trying to find out more. At this moment, Du Wan quietly sent a message over. After learning about the personnel and deployment of Azure Sun Temple, the demon heavenly path's leader from the Emperor realm decided to beat them at their own game and ambush Morong Xiaoxiao's group. After that, Yang Kai saw what happened when he arrived. There are no demon heavenly path strongholds here? Xiao Bai frowned. Then what are you doing here? I don't know. The demon heavenly path's leader from the Emperor realm shook his head. I'm just following orders. Who told you to come? Xiao Bai asked again. I don't know. Before he could finish speaking, Boya, who had been squatting in front of him, smiled charmingly at him, placed her jade hand on his shoulder, and poured her demonic qi into his body. The next moment, the demon Heavenly Path's leader from the Emperor realm let out a muffled groan and showed an extremely pained expression. Under his exposed skin, there seemed to be small snakes slithering about, a terrifying sight to behold. In just 3 breaths of time, his eyes were bloodshot as he howled miserably, as if he was being tortured. While he howled, "I really don't know who I'm here. I'm here. For what reason? I don't know anything." Boya raised her head and looked at Yang Kai. Seeing him remain indifferent, she continued. The screams became louder and softer as the demon Heavenly Path's leader, from the Emperor realm, from demon Heavenly Path screamed until his voice was hoarse. His clothes were soaked in sweat as he fell to the ground, twitching and convulsing, his eyes rolling up as if he could die at any moment. The Four Seasons realm. Suddenly, a low voice came from the Emperor realm from demon Heavenly Path. Although the voice was small, Yang Kai heard it clearly and quickly asked, "You want to go to the Four Seasons realm?" Although his movements were weak, the Emperor realm still nodded gently. Yang Kai frowned and asked, "What do you want?" He was also going to the Four Seasons realm, and this place was not far from the Four Seasons realm. He did not expect that the Emperor realm from demon Heavenly Path would also want to go to the Four Seasons realm. No wonder they met here. Since everyone had the same goal, there was naturally a chance for them to meet. This time, the Emperor Realm Master couldn't answer. Even after Boya tortured him until he fainted, he still couldn't provide any useful clues. Either his willpower was strong enough to keep the secret, or he really didn't know. The latter was more likely. If he really had a strong willpower, he would not have spilled the beans. Since there was nothing he could ask, Yang Kai raised his hand and put this person into the small sealed world. It was not that he took pity on his life, but that he could give Baizhua another experimental subject. If he could borrow this person's body to let Baizhua study a way to crack the blood demon secret technique, then in the future, when he captured those from demon Heavenly Path, he might be able to set things right and restore their sanity. However, Yang Kai was a little surprised that this matter involved the Four Seasons realm. After pondering for a while, he said, "Xiaobai, take the disciples back to the temple first. I'll go to the Four Seasons realm to see what demon Heavenly Path is up to." "I'll go with you," Xiaobai said concisely. Yang Kai laughed and pointed to Morong Xiao Xiao. "If you go with me, what will happen to junior sister Morong? Do you feel assured letting her return to the temple alone?" With Morong Xiao Xiao's current state, he really could not rest assured. What's more, most of the disciples in her team were injured. Since demon Heavenly Path had been ordered to go to the Four Seasons realm, there would definitely be more than one group. If they were to encounter them on the way back, the temple's disciples would be doomed. Xiaobai frowned. He knew that Yang Kai was telling the truth, but he still said, "Can't you put them away?" Du Wan and the Emperor Realm had been taken into the small sealed world by Yang Kai, so the others could naturally do the same. For Yang Kai, this was a piece of cake. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "I want you to go back not only because junior sister Morong and the others need to be treated, but also because there is another matter you need to take charge of. For the temple, this matter is more important than the Four Seasons realm." What happened in the Four Seasons realm could not be determined for the time being, but the temple's matter was urgent. Xiaobai listened to his serious tone and was puzzled. "What do you mean?" Yang Kai said seriously, "We found Du Wan today, but is there no second, third, or even more Du Wan in the temple?" Saying so, he beckoned to Boya and waited for her to come to his side before saying, "Take her back and quietly find all the spies in the temple." Just now, Boya was able to detect Du Wan's abnormality, which meant that she could see through demon Heavenly Path's disguise. It was unknown whether there were more spies in the temple, but Yang Kai was too busy right now, so it was best for Boya to go. Boya did not expect that Yang Kai would instruct her to do this, and could not help but glare at Yang Kai. But she did not object. Anyway, it was better than staying in the sealed world bead. Since Li Shiqing was sent out of the sealed world bead, she had nothing to do in the sealed world bead. Xiaobai glanced at Boya hesitantly. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "Rest assured, although she is from the demon race, she is still one of my people. Since I asked her to go back with you, There will be no problem. Xiao Bai gently nodded. As a person from the star boundary, he instinctively rejected and hated the demon race, but since Yang Kai said so, he did not doubt him. Who is in charge of the temple now? Yang Kai asked. Great Elder Qiu. Yang Kai nodded gently. Explain the matter to Great Elder in detail and be careful. Don't leak the news and alert the enemy. I know, Xiao Bai responded. After the discussion, Xiao Bai did not rush to leave. Instead, he waited in place. His team of disciples had not yet arrived. Du Wang was in Morong Xiaoxiao's team, so he did not know if there were any demon heavenly path members hiding in his team. However, Yang Kai could not wait that long. He told Boya to cooperate fully with the temple, and left her a space spirit bead. Under everyone's gazes, he left for the Four Seasons realm alone. After a stick of incense, another team of Azure Sun Temple disciples hurried over. After everyone was gathered, Xiao Bai turned to look at Boya. Boya slowly shook her head, and Xiao Bai breathed a sigh of relief. There was no need to delay, so he immediately led everyone back to Azure Sun Temple. However, despite Yang Kai's assurance, Xiao Bai still had a certain degree of vigilance towards Boya. After all, she was a Demon King level master. If Boya suddenly attacked, with the current state of the temple, although they could deal with her, they would have to pay a price. Especially with the injured Morong Xiaoxiao, Xiao Bai always stood between her and Boya. In addition, there was another problem that made Xiao Bai feel a little helpless. That was, the characteristics of Boya's demon race were too obvious. As a feather demon, with a pair of white wings on her back, it was difficult for others not to notice her. If he really took her back like this, it was likely that before they reached the temple, someone would jump out to subdue her. Fortunately, Boya could use a secret technique to temporarily retract her wings. Whitey then found a black hooded jacket and wrapped it tightly around Boya. Only then did they set off on their way. The Four Seasons realm was not far from the location where the Azure Sun Temple disciples were in danger, only a few tens of thousands of kilometers. Yang Kai came here just to investigate the situation in the Four Seasons realm. He didn't even have much hope of finding out anything. He just wanted to give his parents some comfort and an explanation. Who knew that the people of Demon Heavenly Way would be so interested in the Four Seasons realm? Which made him a little puzzled. Yang Xiao and Yang Shui could enter the Four Seasons realm because Qiongqi opened the way. Qiongqi was the mount of the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. After the great emperors fell, they slept for countless years in the Flowing Time Temple of the Four Seasons realm. It was not surprising that he could open the Four Seasons realm. Why would the people of Demon Heavenly Way come to the Four Seasons realm? One had to know that this place had existed in the Southern Territory for countless years, and would open every once in a while. Any cultivator below the Dao Source realm could enter to gain experience. There was still a long time before the next opening. So even if the people of Demon Heavenly Way came, how could they enter? Or perhaps the goal of Demon Heavenly Way was not the Four Seasons realm, but something in that small territory that was worthy of their attention. No matter what the specific situation was, Yang Kai had to quickly investigate. Just as he arrived, Yang Kai found something unusual. The entrance to the Four Seasons realm was located in the sky above a nameless valley. When the time was right, there would be no clues. But when the time was right, the door to the Four Seasons realm would appear in the sky. The valley was nameless and had no precious treasures, so usually there were few people in this valley, and no one paid attention to it. However, at this moment, there were many people gathered in the valley. Teams of various sizes were scattered in every corner of the nameless valley. All of them had concealed themselves and were hiding in the forests and caves. These teams had a large number of people and a small number of people. The largest had hundreds of people, and the smallest had a dozen people. But without exception, they were all led by someone from the Emperor realm. Chapter 3641. More than a dozen teams and hundreds of people were gathered in the nameless valley, where the Four Seasons realm was located. They were quietly lying in wait, and no one knew what they were up to. Among the dozen or so Emperor realm masters, there were some with high and some with low cultivations, ranging from the first order to the third order. If it had been Yang Kai before he went to the demon domain, he would have had to be more careful today to avoid being discovered. But now, his soul cultivation had skyrocketed, and he was much stronger than a false emperor or half-saint. If he deliberately hid his aura, these people in the valley would not be able to detect his existence. There was nothing unusual, but Yang Kai felt that these people gathered in the valley were most likely from the demon heavenly way. After frowning for a while, Yang Kai decided to wait and see. If this matter involved the Four Seasons realm, it was definitely not something to be trifled with. If he took action now, with the help of Bai Zhua and Bai Ya, he could certainly kill these people. But it would not be easy to find out their purpose here. After all, even the person from the Emperor realm, who was thrown into the small sealed world, before didn't know the purpose of this place, so the others from the Emperor realm might not know. These people were probably here on orders. Since they were here on orders, it meant that someone had given them the order to gather here. This person definitely had a high position in the demon heavenly way, and was most likely a false emperor. Killing these small fries was naturally not as good as catching a big fish, so it was easy to choose. For the next 10 days, Yang Kai hid somewhere in the Four Seasons realm, secretly observing the movements of the demon heavenly way. He originally wanted to find an opportunity to blend in, but the people in each team seemed to know each other. Yang Kai hadn't learned any appearance-changing techniques, and he also didn't have any tools to disguise himself, so he could only give up on the idea. During the day, these people from the demon heavenly way were very quiet, hiding in their hiding places to meditate and cultivate, but at night they were busy. Yang Kai observed for more than 10 days, and found that these people seemed to be setting up a spirit array, a large-scale spirit array, that almost covered the entire Nameless Valley, where the entrance to the Four Seasons realm was located. Array formations weren't something that just anyone could fiddle with. However, there was a skilled array master among the Devil Sky Dao's people. Under his command, the inexplicable Great Array gradually took shape. Yang Kai memorized all the key points of the array formation, and put his brand into the jade slip. During the day, he found an opportunity to send the jade slip back to the High Heaven Palace with the Space Spirit Bead, to consult the South Gate Army. However, the demonic Heavenly Dao's array formation was set up bit by bit, and the information that Yang Kai obtained wasn't complete. Therefore, even though the Southern Gate Army was an Emperor Array Master, it still took them some effort to crack it. Several days later, the Southern Gate Army sent a message to Yang Kai, telling him that this should be a summoning array. However, there were some changes made to the ordinary summoning array, and the array was incomplete. The Southern Gate Army was unable to determine what the Demon Sky Dao's people were summoning. They immediately requested to rush over from the High Heaven Palace to take a look with their own eyes. He was very interested in formations. Yang Kai decisively refused. The Southern Gate Army only had First-Order Emperor Realm Masters. If they really came here, they definitely wouldn't be able to conceal their aura. Even if they were covered, they might still be exposed. Since Yang Kai didn't agree, the Southern Gate Army was helpless. He could only warn Yang Kai, "Let's not talk about the power of this array for now. Since it is a summoning array, Palace Master should be on guard against the Demon Sky Dao's people summoning some kind of peerless monster. If that is the case, Palace Master should be careful." Yang Kai replied, "I know." The Southern Gate Army didn't know that there were 3 half-saint hidden in the sealed world bead. Even if the Demon Sky Dao's people really summoned some kind of peerless monster, it wasn't certain who would kill who. Yang Kai didn't believe that the Demon Sky Dao's people could summon something more powerful than 3 half-saints' combined strength. Hearing Yang Kai's perfunctory tone, the Southern Gate Army solemnly warned again, "Palace Master, please observe carefully for the next few days. This array should be missing something crucial. If you find anything, please inform this subordinate immediately." Yang Kai didn't know what it was missing, but since the Southern Gate Army made such a judgment, Yang Kai naturally had to observe it more carefully. A few days later, the Great Array seemed to be getting more and more complete. The array foundation was hidden in the valley, and no clues could be seen from the outside. The entire Nameless Valley was shrouded in an inexplicable aura that made people feel a little depressed. At this moment, a message from the embodiment suddenly came from the small sealed world bead. Yang Kai was delighted when he noticed it. He continued to observe the changes in the great array, while projecting his divine sense into the small sealed world bead. Seeing Yang Kai appear, Bai Ye and Bai Zhuo cupped their fists and greeted, "Brother Yang." Yang Kai lowered his head and looked at a middle-aged man sitting cross-legged on the ground, raised his brow, and asked, "You saved him?" This middle-aged man was Emotian Dao, who had been captured alive in the Emperor realm. These days, Bai Zhuo had been studying how to crack the secret technique planted by the Blood Demon clan on Emotian Dao, and only today did he make some progress. At this moment, the middle-aged man's face was pale, and his aura was extremely weak. It seemed that he had been seriously injured. After hearing Yang Kai's voice, the man hurriedly opened his eyes and struggled to get up. Yang Kai smiled slightly and raised his hand to press on the man's shoulder, indicating that he should just sit. This man probably didn't have much strength, so he could only sit and salute Yang Kai. "Many thanks for saving my life, Palace Master Yang Kai. You really saved him?" Yang Kai raised his brow. Bai Zhuo flipped his wrist, and a drop of dark red blood squirmed on his palm, like a living creature. However, this drop of blood was full of demonic nature and evil. "This was a drop of demon blood," Bai Zhuo said. "This is the root of the disaster." Yang Kai looked at the drop of demon blood and frowned. "What do you mean?" Bai Zhuo said, "A blood demon has planted its own blood essence in him, causing it to flow through his meridians and flesh. Normally, it won't show, but during battle, it will arouse the demonic nature. So if you want to save him, you need to completely extract this drop of blood essence. This is not an easy task. Fortunately, he didn't actively become the demon race's heavenly Tao, so he subconsciously rejected this drop of demon blood. This is the only way to set things right. But even so, before the secret technique is used, his chances of survival are 50-50. Hearing this, Yang Kai frowned. "In other words, even if I can capture someone from Emotian Dao in the future, I can't guarantee that I can save them?" Bai Zhuo slowly shook his head. "I don't have enough ability. He was a half-saint, and even he said he didn't have enough ability. Could he go find Xueli?" Yang Kai sighed inwardly. Fortunately, he had saved one and comforted him. He turned to the unconscious Du Wan and asked, "How is she? Can you save her?" Bai Zhuo didn't dare say anything. "I will do my best." Yang Kai knew that this was the only way. He turned to the middle-aged man from the Emperor realm and asked, "What is your name?" The other person weakly replied, "Zhao Quan." After some questions and answers, Yang Kai learned that Zhao Quan was an elder of a medium-sized sect in the Western Territory. When the war broke out in the Western Territory, he became the demon race's hands in order to cover the retreat of his fellow disciples. He thought he would die, but the demon race just imprisoned him. After a while, a powerhouse of the demon race took him to a secret room and planted an evil technique on him. Then he became a member of Emotian Dao. This was the reason why Bai Zhuo said that he didn't become the demon race's heaven's path on his own initiative. He became the demon race's hands in order to cover for his fellow disciples. According to him, many of the cultivator captured by the demon race were planted with the blood demon's essence and transformed into a part of Emotian Dao. A large number of them couldn't bear it and died on the spot. However, as long as they didn't die, they would be loyal to the demon race and become a different person. Now that the evil technique in Zhao Quan's body was broken, his consciousness returned to clarity. He recalled the previous days and couldn't believe that he was willing to work for the demon race. Zhao Quan might be weak, but he gritted his teeth and his eyes were red. Yang Kai smiled. "Now there is a chance for revenge. Do you dare to come with me?" Zhao Quan immediately replied, "Why wouldn't I dare? As long as we can kill the demon race. What's wrong with Zhao Quan giving up his life? I should have died a few years ago. You don't need to give up your life. You just need to take me to become the demon race's heaven's path." Yang Kai smiled. He originally intended to become the demon race's heaven's path, but he couldn't find a chance. Now that Bai Zhuo had rescued Zhao Quan, it gave him a chance. Zhao Quan was also a smart person. His eyes lit up when he heard this. Palace Master Yang is referring to the Four Seasons realm? Yes, I am now in the Four Seasons realm. I won't hide it from you. There are many people from Emotion Dao gathered there. Zhao Quan nodded. This is just right. This Zhou will accompany Palace Master Yang. Restore yourself first. I'll take you out of here later. Yang Kai flipped his hand and handed over a jade box containing a spirit pill for healing injuries. Zhao Quan took it and thanked him before taking the pill and sitting down to meditate. In the valley, the people of Emotion Dao were still busy. However, it seemed that the day of the Great Array's success would be in the next few days. The Array Master patrolled back and forth, constantly issuing various instructions. When dawn arrived, everyone from Demonic Sky Path dispersed and returned to their hiding places to conceal themselves. At the same time, thousands of miles away from the Four Seasons realm, Yang Kai's figure appeared. With a wave of his hand, Zhao Quan appeared beside him. Please instruct me, Palace Master Yang. Zhao Quan cupped his hands. After a night of recovery, his face was still pale, but it was much better than last night. At the very least, he had some ability to move and protect himself. Yang Kai briefly told him about the situation in the Four Seasons realm. Then he said, "You will be in charge of this trip. I will follow you and don't need to do anything. We just need to let them recognize us and let us join." Zhao Quan replied, "This is simple. When the time comes, Palace Master Yang will act according to my signal." "That's good. Let's go." Yang Kai smiled. Zhao Quan immediately led the way while Yang Kai followed behind. At the same time, Yang Kai put on the clothes he had prepared to cover his head and face. There was no other way. His popularity in the star boundary was too high. If he met one or two people who had seen him before, his identity would be exposed immediately. Chapter 3642. Although such a disguise was a bit suspicious, as long as it was handled properly, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. After observing for a few days, he found that many people in the demon path had traces of disguise. There were also some who covered their heads and faces like him. Although these people were ordered to gather here, they didn't want to let each other know their origins and identities. Thus, his current appearance shouldn't be too abrupt. Once they were ready, the two immediately set off, heading straight for the valley, where the Four Seasons Realm's gateway was located. After flying for a short time, Yang Kai chuckled. "Brother Zhou, we are just going to become the demon race's heavenly Dao. We won't immediately kill people. You should restrain your murderous aura." Zhao Quan took a few deep breaths and calmed his mood. Once his murderous aura was restrained, he said, "Thinking of my sect's disciples, this Zhou couldn't help it. Palace Master Yang, please forgive me." Yang Kai replied, "I understand, but there will always be a chance." Zhao Quan was reminded to continue moving forward and didn't reveal any flaws. After entering the Valley of the Four Seasons realm, he immediately felt a divine sense probing from not far away. Yang Kai felt it clearly and knew the direction of the source of this divine sense. It should be the location of the Array Master. Before the big fish behind them showed up, everything here was presided over by the Array Master. Zhao Quan turned his head in that direction and heard Yang Kai's voice. Without hesitation, he led Yang Kai in that direction. Not long after, the two of them arrived in front of a cave. In front of the cave, a tall man with a white face and no beard was blocking the entrance. His whole body was like an unsheathed sword, and his sword intent soared to the sky, giving off an extremely dangerous feeling. This person's cultivation was also very good. He was a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, and had been following the Array Master all this time, responsible for protecting the Array Master's safety. During the days Yang Kai secretly observed, this person was inseparable from the Array Master. Seeing Zhao Quan and Yang Kai arrive, the pale-faced man didn't move and just looked at them coldly. Zhao Quan didn't say a word as he directly took out a black token and threw it at the person. The person took it, checked it, and confirmed it before throwing it back. However, he still didn't show any intention of giving way. Instead, he reached out and made an inviting gesture. Zhao Quan looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai understood and activated his demonic qi. In an instant, his demonic qi rolled and enveloped his body. He did not reveal his cultivation as an upper-ranked demon king, only revealing the aura of an lower-ranked demon king. He was not afraid that others would see through his disguise. Unless their spirit cultivation was stronger than his, no one would be able to see through his disguise. The pale-faced man was a third-layer Emperor Realm Venerable, so he naturally couldn't see through him. Seeing Yang Kai reveal his demonic qi, the vigilance on his face relaxed a lot. Everyone in Matian Path had demonic qi. Thus, even if they didn't know each other, as long as they showed traces of demonic qi, everyone would know that they were on the same side. The token Zhao Quan took out earlier was just an additional layer of identity verification. When Yang Kai revealed his demonic qi, Zhao Quan said, "I was ambushed on the way here and was injured. It is temporarily inconvenient for me to use techniques. Please forgive me." The demonic blood in his body had already been drawn out by Baizhua, so it was impossible for him to show any trace of demonic qi. However, he did look like he had yet to recover from his injuries, so there was nothing wrong with his excuse. In any case, Yang Kai had already revealed his identity. In the astral boundary, there were no normal people who would be willing to associate with Matian Path. The pale-faced man didn't doubt him. He just frowned and asked, "Who did you meet? Did you leave behind any flaws?" Zhao Quan nodded. "Don't worry, they have all been killed. However, the people I brought are almost all dead. Now only junior brother and I are left." The pale-faced man gently nodded. "It doesn't matter. The two of you are enough. Come in first and see Master Sun first." Then he turned and led Zhao Quan and Yang Kai inside. The cave was narrow on the outside and wide on the inside. There were dozens of people gathered inside. They were the ones who had recently arranged the array with the array master. The array master was the Master Sun mentioned by the pale-faced man. At this time, Master Sun was meditating. The pale-faced man brought Yang Kai and Zhao Quan in front of him. After a few words, Master Sun nodded slightly. "I asked you to come and help me arrange the array. Now that the array is almost complete, the two of you can stay here and heal for the time being. In 3 days I will need your help." "Yes, I will follow Master Sun's instructions." Zhao Quan responded and led Yang Kai away. Just as he turned around, Master Sun suddenly looked at Yang Kai and asked, "Junior brother, why are you hiding your face?" Zhao Quan cupped his hands. Junior brother encountered a fire when he was young, and his appearance was ruined. It isn't convenient for him to show his face. He didn't pause in his answer. He had obviously considered this issue. Master Sun glanced at Yang Kai again, but was too lazy to entangle himself with this issue. In his opinion, as long as Yang Kai and the others could pass the pale-faced man, it was fine. He asked this casually. The pale-faced man surged with his divine sense, as if he wanted to investigate whether Zhao Quan's words were true or false. However, how could he see? When his divine sense swept over, Yang Kai's face was blurred. He couldn't help frowning, thinking that Yang Kai was wearing a secret treasure. Master Sun didn't pursue this matter, and he didn't want to create more problems. There were twists and turns, but they finally passed. It seemed simple, but if Yang Kai couldn't stimulate his demon yuan, it would be impossible for him to come here. The people of Matiandao probably wouldn't think that there would be an anomaly like Yang Kai in this world. However, this method could only be used at this stage. In the future, once the news of Yang Kai returning to the astral boundary from the demon territory was completely exposed, the people of Matiandao would definitely be alerted. At that time, it wouldn't work. The two people came to a corner of the cave and found an empty corner to meditate. Zhao Quan's injuries hadn't healed, and he really needed to heal. Yang Kai secretly observed the cultivation strength of the people in the cave. In fact, he had already investigated clearly, but it was better to be safe than sorry. It was always right to observe more. Just now, Master Sun had said that he would need them in 3 days. So Kai Yang secretly guessed that the spirit array should be completed in 3 days. When the time came for the spirit array to operate, he didn't know what they would need to do. The Southern Gate Army said that this large array was a summoning array, and might summon a peerless monster. But what kind of peerless monster was there in the Four Seasons realm? Moreover, since it was a summoning, there must be a certain price to pay. The array was only the foundation. So what was the price? Was it a blood sacrifice for the people of Dao? If so, he didn't know if the people of Dao would be willing. In any case, things should be clear in 3 days. Yang Kai could only wait quietly. In the next few days, the people of Dao were still dormant during the day and went out to arrange the array at night. However, Master Sun didn't have any intention of calling out to Yang Kai and Zhao Quan. First, the two said that they were injured. Second, the array was about to be completed. It didn't matter whether they were needed or not. They only needed to contribute when the array was activated. Thus, the two people stayed in the cave for a few days. On the night of the 3rd day, when the moon was high in the sky, Master Sun suddenly got up. Yang Kai, who had been secretly paying attention to him, saw that his expression had become much more excited. He took a deep breath and shouted, "Everyone come out with me." After speaking, he took the lead and walked out. The dozens of people didn't hesitate and chased after him. After leaving the cave, Yang Kai found that the people of Dao who had been hiding in the valley these days all came out at this time, each leading their own people and flying over. In a short while, hundreds of people gathered in one place. Master Sun's eyes swept over and he smiled faintly. "Everyone from the Emperor realm, take a step forward." After speaking, more than 20 people stepped forward, including Yang Kai and Zhao Quan. Grandmaster Sun nodded when he saw this. With a wave of his hand, more than 20 jade slips flew out, each corresponding to an Emperor realm master. At the same time, Grandmaster Sun said, "These jade slips contain the method and location of the spirit array. Remember them well." Yang Kai reached out and took the jade slips. Using his divine sense, he found that it was as Master Sun said. The jade slips recorded the method to operate the array and the position they needed to stand in. The method should be the same. The position of the array was different for everyone. This nameless array actually required more than 20 people from the Emperor realm to work together to activate. No matter what its use was, this scale was extraordinary. It was no wonder that it took a long time to arrange it. Yang Kai looked up at Zhao Quan. His divine sense surged and he quietly sent him a message. Zhao Quan nodded imperceptibly. The method in the jade slips wasn't difficult to understand. Those who could cultivate to the Emperor realm weren't fools, and naturally memorized it quickly. Master Sun also flew to a position at this moment and said in a clear voice, "Today's matter is done. Once it is done, there will be no shortage of rewards. Everyone enter the array." As soon as he finished speaking, the 20 or so Emperor realm masters flew up and landed in their respective positions. Yang Kai and Zhao Quan were separated by a few li and were in 2 different positions. This way, if there really was a change, he wouldn't be able to take care of the other. However, he had secretly informed Zhao Quan so he could safely escape. The array was about to be activated, and the people from the Emperor realm entered the array. Yang Kai was puzzled. According to what the Southgate army said before, this array was still missing a key. These days, he hadn't seen Master Sun do anything special. Had the so-called key been unknowingly filled? At this time, it wasn't convenient for him to contact the Southgate army to inquire. He could only take one step at a time. Moreover, the big fish he guessed hadn't appeared. He didn't know if his guess was wrong or if the time wasn't right. If it was the former, it was easy to handle. Although there were many people in front of him, it wasn't enough for him to kill. If it was the latter, he needed to wait and see. In any case, things had already reached this point, and Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry. He wanted to see what this array was doing. Chapter 3643. The cultivators of the Emperor realm entered their respective positions, while the other cultivators came to the center of the formation, under the command of Master Sun, and sat down cross-legged. A few hundred people wasn't a lot, but it wasn't a small number to gather in one place. Once everything was ready, Master Sun shouted excitedly, "Start the formation!" The cultivators of the Emperor realm changed their hand seals and urged their own strength. In an instant, rays of light bloomed from their feet and soared into the sky, illuminating the entire valley. The dazzling light quickly converged and turned into colorful patterns that converged toward the center of the formation. Right at this moment, a puff was heard, and the humming grand formation suddenly trembled without end, faintly showing signs of collapse. Master Sun's expression changed, and he turned his head to look in one direction. Zhao Quan's face was pale, and he was vomiting blood. The abnormal sound just now was the sound of him vomiting blood. Master Sun's expression suddenly sank. Zhao Quan's face was full of shame. The injuries I suffered before. Master Sun didn't let him say more and scolded him. Waste. He hurriedly instructed the pale-faced man to come forward and replace him. This formation required everyone to work together. If there was a problem with Zhao Quan's side, it would affect the whole body. If it wasn't fixed in time, the entire formation would collapse in a short time. Fortunately, he had a third-layer Emperor Realm Guard who came in handy at this time. The pale-faced man flew into the formation, grabbed Zhao Quan's collar and threw him out. His hand seals changed, and the chaotic formation quickly stabilized again. In the valley, the patterns lit up and slowly flowed, converging toward the center. If one looked down from the sky, they would see that the patterns in the valley had converged into a huge yin and yang fish pattern. The yin and yang fish were like living creatures that swam in the valley. A bolt of lightning shot out of the blue, and a person appeared in the sky above the center of the formation, along with the bolt of lightning. Yang Kai, who was in the middle of the formation, was shocked and excited. It was because the person who came was a fake emperor. He couldn't help but want to look up to the sky and laugh wildly. He had been hibernating here for so many days. Wasn't it all for this big fish? Previously, when Master Sun was about to set up the array, Yang Kai thought that he had guessed wrongly, and that no big fish would come here at all. He almost killed him directly. Fortunately, he had waited a little longer. From the looks of it, there was indeed a big fish. However, this fellow was very cautious. He should have been hiding in the dark all this time, and only revealed himself now. He quietly looked over, and saw that this person was dressed in scholarly attire, like a teacher in a private school. He had a modest smile on his face. Even if they met such a person face to face, no one would think that he was from the demonic sky path. Yang Kai didn't dare to look at it too much. He glanced at it, and immediately looked away. After this person appeared, Master Sun immediately bowed respectfully. Greetings, Wind Monarch. The Wind Emperor raised his hand. No need to be so courteous. Thank you for your hard work here. Master Sun said. It's my honor to be able to work for the Wind Monarch. It's not hard at all. Feng Jun nodded. He was very satisfied with Master Sun's performance. The conversation between the two entered Yang Kai's ears, and Yang Kai immediately understood the identity of the person who came. He had only returned to the astral realm for a few days, so he didn't know much about the demonic sky path. However, from the limited information, he knew that the demonic sky path's path master was the great emperor's King Yi, and King Yi had the 4 great emperors of the wind, forest, fire, and mountain great emperors, all of whom had the cultivation of a fake emperor. The person who came was a fake emperor, and Master Sun called him the Wind Monarch. It was obvious that this guy was definitely one of the 4 great emperors under King Yi. This time, he had really caught a big fish. Yang Kai lowered his eyebrows, afraid that he wouldn't be able to conceal his excitement and reveal any flaws. Master Sun said again, reporting to the Wind Monarch, everything here has been prepared. Very good. The Wind Monarch smiled. Mister, you have done well here. When we return, I will definitely ask the Path Master to reward you. Master Sun's face lit up with joy. He bowed and cupped his hands. Thank you, Wind Monarch. The Wind Monarch didn't say anything else. Instead, his expression turned solemn. He held his hands in front of him with a devout expression, as if he was holding some sacred object, but there was clearly nothing in his hands. The next moment, a white bone appeared out of thin air. The bone was more than a foot long and curved at both ends. It looked unremarkable. It wasn't a rare treasure, nor was it the remains of a strange beast. It didn't even have the slightest bit of spirituality. However, the Wind Monarch treated this bone like a treasure. Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. He didn't know what mysteries were hidden in this bone. If he wasn't wrong, this bone should be a rib, and it was a rib under a human's abdomen. From the color, the owner of this rib should have died many years ago. He didn't know how such an ordinary-looking rib was preserved. After the white rib appeared, the Wind Monarch suddenly raised his hand and slapped downwards. Below him was where the hundreds of disciples of the demonic heavenly path were sitting cross-legged. At this moment, these cultivators were all closing their eyes to regulate their breathing. How could they have expected such a sudden disaster? But then again, these people weren't even from the Emperor realm. Even if they knew that the Wind Monarch would attack them in advance, they probably couldn't resist. Under the slap, a strong wind blew, and a tornado appeared, wrapping the hundreds of people inside. In an instant, miserable howls filled the air. Within the array, the expressions of the 20-odd people from the Emperor realm changed drastically. They looked at the Wind Monarch in horror. They obviously didn't expect the Wind Monarch to do this. Those people were brought here by them. Since the Wind Monarch attacked, wouldn't he also kill them? Even if they had become the demon race path, and a part of the demonic heavenly path, their attachment to life still wouldn't change. At the critical moment of life and death, everyone would only think about themselves. Master Sun shouted in a timely manner. Everyone, please don't be impatient. If the array is interrupted during operation, everyone will suffer a backlash. Moreover, the Wind Monarch already needs enough blood sacrifices, so there's no need for you to do anything. Everyone just needs to continue maintaining the array. Once these words were said, regardless of whether they were true or not, the experts of the Emperor realm were more or less relieved. However, they couldn't help but feel a little unhappy that Master Sun had concealed this matter. What was even more unpleasant was that once the array was in operation, it couldn't be interrupted. Forcibly interrupting it would cause a backlash to everyone. The only one who remained calm was Yang Kai. This was because he had the ability to compete with the Wind Monarch. Moreover, this array really did require a blood sacrifice. Yang Kai had guessed it before, but he wasn't sure. Now that the Wind Monarch had done this, it undoubtedly confirmed his guess. Within the tornado, the screams stopped after a few breaths of time. Although there were many disciples of the demonic heavenly path, hundreds of them, they were still not enough in front of the fake emperor. With one move, everyone died on the spot. The Wind Monarch hooked his hand, and a gap appeared in the rotating tornado. From that gap, a dark red river of blood slowly flowed out. Following his guidance, it flowed to the front of him, and flowed into the rib bone in his hand. The blood entered the bone and disappeared. It was an extremely strange scene. There was nothing magical about the bone, but it could devour blood without any change in color. Hundreds of people were killed, so there was a lot of blood gathered. However, under the guidance of the Wind Monarch, the blood continued to flow into the rib bone. Slowly, the plain rib bone finally changed a little. Several complicated patterns appeared on the rib bone. These patterns seemed to be on the rib bone, but it was unknown what kind of mysterious technique was used to make them appear. Normally, they wouldn't be visible, but after the Wind Monarch did this, they were revealed. After seeing these patterns, the Wind Monarch's expression clearly became more excited. As the blood continued to be devoured, more and more patterns appeared, gradually covering the entire rib bone. At the same time, an extraordinary aura spread out from the rib bone. Yang Kai's body shook, and his eyes revealed a look of horror. Although the aura was weak, he could clearly feel it. It was the aura of the great emperors. An ordinary rib bone, after devouring blood, had many patterns appear on it. Then it actually emitted the aura of the great emperors. At first, he thought he had sensed wrongly, but although the aura was weak, it was becoming more and more obvious. It was weak because it had been too long. However, no matter how long it had been, the power it contained wouldn't change at all. Yang Kai was a little dumbfounded. He was already pleasantly surprised that he had caught such a big fish this time. He didn't expect that there would be such a change in the situation. The aura of the great emperors wouldn't appear for no reason. Since it was related to the rib bone, it meant that the rib bone should belong to one of the great emperors. Whose was it? He had seen the 10 great emperors in the world. He had even met the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor, Wukong, a few times. Therefore, Yang Kai was sure that the rib bone didn't belong to any of the great emperors he knew, because the aura didn't match. Since it wasn't the rib bone of one of the great emperors, It must belong to one of the great emperors of the past. In a flash, the title of one of the great emperors popped up in Yang Kai's mind. At this moment, the Wind Monarch suddenly groaned. Yang Kai quietly looked over and saw that the rib bone he had been holding in his hand was buzzing and trembling, as if it was going to fall out of his hand at any time. The Wind Monarch naturally wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. He grabbed the rib bone in the palm of his right hand. The rib bone was still trembling, and the groan sounded again. Yang Kai clearly saw that the Wind Monarch's right hand, which was holding the rib bone, was aging at a speed visible to the naked eye. At that moment, it was as if 1,000 years of the flowing time great emperor had passed in his right hand. Yang Kai suddenly realized that he had guessed correctly. This place was the gateway to the Four Seasons realm. Apart from the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor, who else could it be? It was just that he didn't know where the Wind Monarch had obtained the remains of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor. He had people set up a large array here, and used evil techniques to stimulate the hidden spirituality in the rib bone. His goal was definitely not small, although it had been countless years, and although it was only a rib bone. The flowing time great emperor's power of the great emperors of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor's power of time was a brand in every part of his body. The power of time flowing in the rib bone caused the Wind Monarch to suffer a lot. Chapter 3644. In any case, the Wind Monarch was a fake emperor, while the flowing time great emperor was a figure who had died countless years ago. Just a piece of the great emperor's remains was still majestic. The power of the flowing time great emperor was simply shocking. It was no wonder that throughout the history of the Star Realm, only the great emperors were comparable to the great emperor's Wukong of the heaven-devouring great emperor. However, the two were not born in the same era, otherwise, it would have been a fierce battle. Although the remains of the flowing time great emperors were powerful, it was still a dead object after all. The Wind Monarch was not unable to resist it. The demonic chi was activated, and under the rolling of the demonic chi, it resisted the principle of time hidden in the remains. The withered right hand that had faded in color recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, the Wind Monarch sneered and raised the remains in his hand high up. In an instant, the light of the entire valley seemed to converge on that rib. The Wind Monarch made a seal with one hand and entered the array, becoming the eye of the array. In just a moment, the remains of the great emperors were inseparable from the entire array. More than 20 people of the Emperor realm activated the power of the array and poured it into the remains of the great emperors. At this moment, the expressions of the people of the Emperor realm turned cold, and Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. This was because when the entire array became complete, everyone felt that they had become a part of the array. The power of others flowed into the array, circulated in the array, and converged into the remains of the great emperors, circulating endlessly. This situation was in line with what Master Sun had said before. Once the array was activated, no one could casually stop it. Otherwise, they would definitely suffer an extremely serious backlash. The backlash was the combined attack of all the people of the Emperor realm present. Who could resist such power? Even the Wind Monarch might not be able to. Yang Kai felt bitter in his heart. He had only come here to find out the intentions of this group of people from Devil Sky Dao, and he had only cooperated with them to hide his identity. Who knew that he would end up in such an awkward situation? Although he was strong and had a half-dragon body, if he really suffered the backlash of the array, he probably wouldn't have a good ending. However, he wasn't too willing to continue maintaining the array and working for the demonic way. Although it seemed like a dead end, there was still a way out. Yang Kai only had a few thoughts in his mind before he calmed down. It wasn't the critical moment yet, so he had to wait and see. The power of the array continued to flow into the remains of the great emperors. Under this power, the remnant spirituality in the remains seemed to be gradually excavated. The aura of the great emperors became more and more obvious and rich. The law of time wreaked havoc in a certain place high up in the sky. The flow of time was sometimes fast and sometimes slow, making that place look different. At a certain moment, when the aura of the skeleton reached its peak, The Wind Emperor, who had been standing still, suddenly had his eyes brighten. He shouted, "Open!" Grabbing the skeleton with his right hand, he slowly pointed at the void in front of him. With a tap of his finger, an expanse of ripples appeared in space. With the corpse as the center, it swiftly spread out in all directions. The ripples didn't vanish but continued on, causing the expanse of space ahead to become illusory and unreal. And in this illusory void, a huge silhouette gradually appeared. At first, the silhouette was blurry, making it impossible to see what it was. It was like a mirage, but as the Wind Emperor changed his hand seals, the silhouette gradually became clearer and was no longer so illusory. The people of the Emperor realm who were maintaining the array all looked up in shock, unable to take their eyes off it. It was the silhouette of a palace. In the void, a huge palace was being pulled out by the Wind Emperor. As the silhouette gradually became clearer, an oppressive atmosphere shrouded everyone's hearts. It was as if the Wind Emperor wasn't pulling out a palace, but a peerless monster that wanted to swallow everyone. Grandmaster Sun laughed wildly and shouted excitedly, "The Wind Emperor is mighty. The Flowing Time Temple has appeared. In 10,000 years, the demonic path will unify the star boundary." The Flowing Time Temple was actually the Flowing Time Temple. It wasn't until this moment that the people of the Emperor realm understood what the palace that the Wind Emperor pulled out of the void was. It was actually the Flowing Time Temple, the legendary palace of the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. This was the valley where the gateway to the Four Seasons realm was located. Everyone knew this, so the appearance of the Flowing Time Temple in the void wasn't so unexpected. It was also at this time that they realized what kind of grand event they had participated in. For a moment they were all excited. Today, the Tao Master would reward them handsomely in the future. As for the subordinates killed by the Wind Emperor as a blood sacrifice, they were nothing. Yang Kai and Song Dalu also showed the same excited expression as the others. Looking at the somewhat familiar Flowing Time Temple, they thought that the South Gate army was right. The array presided over by Grandmaster Sun was indeed a summoning array. However, what it summoned wasn't some peerless monster, but the Flowing Time Temple of the Four Seasons realm. These guys from the Demon Sky Path were really quite ambitious. They had even set their sights on the temporary imperial residence of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. However, King Yi was also a great emperor after all. Though the Flowing Time Divine Palace was good, it might not be of any use to him. However, it was different for the Wind Monarch. If a fake emperor could obtain the Flowing Time Divine Palace, it was not necessarily impossible for him to comprehend the secrets of the regulations of time and strive for the pinnacle of the great Tao. Thus, this matter was presided over by the Wind Monarch, and the afterimage did not appear. Moreover, the Southgate army had said before that this array was missing a key item. Now, it seemed that it was indeed missing. The remains of the great emperors in the Wind Emperor's hand was that key item. The Flowing Time Temple was hidden in the Four Seasons realm. The Four Seasons realm couldn't be opened before the time was up, but the remains of the Flowing Time Great Emperors could connect with the Flowing Time Temple. With the power of more than 20 Emperor Realm Masters, and the Great Emperor's corpse as a medium, the Wind Monarch's fake emperor body was able to achieve such a feat. The Demon Heavenly Way scheme was not small, and they had spent a great deal of effort. The huge palace gradually became clear. Every brick and tile in the palace flowed with an ancient aura. Yang Kai slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, he had completely figured out the intentions of the demonic path. They had endured for so long just for this moment. His divine sense connected to the sealed world bead, and when he opened his eyes again, his gaze was cold and murderous. 3 figures suddenly appeared beside Yang Kai. One of them directly rushed towards the Emperor realm closest to Yang Kai, while the other 2 rushed straight towards the Wind Emperor, who would be able to stop the 3 half-saints when they attacked. At the very least, the Emperor realm closest to Yang Kai couldn't stop them. This Emperor realm cultivator from the Emperor realm was only a first-order Emperor realm master. All his attention was attracted by the outline of the Flowing Time Temple in midair, so he didn't expect the people beside him to suddenly attack. But even if he did, he wouldn't have the power to resist. When Baya rushed in front of him and pointed her finger, the man showed a stunned look and turned to look at Baya. For a moment, he didn't understand where this person came from. Baya didn't have the slightest murderous intent. His finger was just to destroy the operating spirit array. But when Baya's finger touched the man, he didn't even make a sound before he exploded into dust with a bang. In an instant, not even his bones were left. It wasn't Baya who killed him, but the backlash from the spirit array killed him. How could a First-Order Emperor Realm Master withstand the joint attack of more than 20 the Emperor Realm cultivators? Not only him, but even Baya herself was sent flying backwards like a rag sack. The demonic chi on the surface of her body was tumbling. She vomited a few mouthfuls of blood in midair and fell to the ground in a sorry state. Everyone from the Emperor Realm who entered the spirit array groaned in unison. They were all severely injured in an instant. Those who suffered less severe injuries felt dizzy and couldn't stand steadily. Those who suffered more severe injuries vomited blood and fell to the ground. When the spirit array completely backfired, no one was safe and sound. What Master Sun said before was true. However, the backlash also varied. Those with higher cultivations could withstand it better, while those with lower cultivations couldn't withstand it. Especially the person who was pointed at by Baya. It could be said that he was the one who destroyed the spirit array, so he suffered the strongest backlash. He directly exploded and died. Yongkai also suffered from the backlash. For a while he saw stars and felt dizzy. In his knowledge sea, the soul-warming lotus flickered with 7-colored light, and a cool feeling filled the air, stabilizing his mind. When he looked up, his expression turned cold. When Baya destroyed the spirit array, the Dharmakaya and Baizhua had already pounced on the Wind King. The two half-saints' strength was extremely impressive. As one of the half-saints' subordinates under Yuru Meng, Baizhua had been promoted to a half-saint for many years and had profound skills. Although the Dharmakaya was a newly promoted half-saint, he had the body of a stone mongoose. He had the power of the stone fire origin and had cultivated the battle techniques of the heaven-devouring great emperor. If they were to fight alone, neither of them would be afraid of the Wind King. However, if the two of them joined forces, the Wind King would definitely be defeated. Therefore, Yongkai originally thought that even if the Wind King wouldn't be defeated quickly, the current situation wouldn't be too good. He would definitely be suppressed by the Dharmakaya and Baizhua. When Baya recovered, the three of them would fight against the Wind King. With Yongkai's help, they would be able to crush the Wind King however they wanted. But in fact, the situation was a little different from what he had imagined. At this moment, the Dharmakaya and Baizhua were already 300 feet away from the Wind King. However, Baizhua was frozen at that distance, maintaining a pouncing posture. It couldn't be said that he was frozen, because he was still moving forward. However, his speed was extremely slow. At this speed, it would take him at least 3 to 5 years to reach the Wind King's side. On the other hand, the Dharma body was fighting with the Wind King. Both of their movements were extremely fast. It was not the kind of speed that was at the limit of the physical body. Instead, their movements were accelerated countless times by an invisible force. In the blink of an eye, they had already exchanged thousands of moves, causing the sky to shake and the earth to tremble, creating a dazzling scene like a flower. Even countless afterimages appeared beside the two of them. At first glance, it looked as if countless Dharmakayas and countless Wind Kings were fighting. If Yongkai wasn't strong enough, he probably wouldn't have been able to see what the two of them were doing. One was extremely fast, while the other was extremely slow. They formed an extremely sharp contrast and looked indescribably strange and awkward. Chapter 3645. With just a glance, Yongkai understood that the time within 300 feet of the Wind Monarch had been distorted. That was why there was such a visual illusion. At this moment, what the eyes saw might not necessarily be real. And all of this should be the power of the remains of the great emperors, not the Wind Monarch himself. Without thinking, Yongkai soared into the sky and rushed toward the Wind Monarch. His expression was solemn, and the devil chi rolled around his body. He was covered in righteous and evil aura. He formed a seal with his hands and shouted, "Flowing time, great emperor, withering glory, shuttling dream. Within 300 feet, Yang Kai slapped down with his palm. The distorted time and space were instantly smoothed out. Although Yang Kai's attainments in the law of time were not deep, he was still a beginner. The flowing time Great Emperor shuttling seal was a divine technique passed down by the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor. It could naturally resist the power of the remains of the great emperors. At the same time, Bai Zhuo, who was affected by the law of time, broke free from the shackles. With a roar, he raised his hand, and a crimson blood river rushed toward the Wind Monarch. In the blood river, vengeful souls rolled and screamed miserably. Its power was unfathomable. The Dharmakaya stretched out his hand and grabbed the air. The demonic war hammer appeared in his hand and smashed it toward the Wind Monarch. 2 half-saint and 1 upper-grade demon king, each showing their divine technique, targeted the Wind Monarch. Their magnificent power shook the mind. Faced with this unforeseen event, the Wind Monarch's expression changed greatly. As a fake emperor, he had sharp senses and naturally knew that both the Dharmakaya and Bai Zhuo were not to be trifled with. In addition, there was also Bai Ye, who had just been sent flying by the backlash of the formation. Now, 3 half-saint had jumped out at once. How could he fight against them alone? In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, an idea flashed through his mind. He glared at Yang Kai and gritted his teeth as he shouted, "Yang Kai!" As one of the 4 great monarchs of the demonic heavenly Tao, he was naturally well informed. Previously, when Yang Kai brought Ru Meng and the others back from the demonic heavenly Tao's territory, he had met Qin Yi. The great emperors Yi Ying would naturally pass on this information, and the Wind Monarch had obtained this information from Qin Yi. Therefore, he didn't doubt why a half-saint from the demon race would attack him, because he knew that the other party was an enemy. As expected of a fake emperor, he remained calm in the face of danger. With a single thought, a gale rose, and wind blades revolved to protect his body, turning into layers of wind shields. He raised his hand and took out a shuttle-shaped artifact to attack Bai Zhuo. That artifact was only a foot long and looked very ordinary, but Bai Zhuo acted as if he was facing a great enemy. His body that was charging forward suddenly stopped, and the blood river flowed backwards to protect him. With a loud bang, the shuttle-shaped artifact exploded, and it directly blasted the river of blood into pieces, causing Bai Zhuo to lose his footing and retreat 1,000 meters, causing him to be covered in dirt and grime. The Wind Monarch raised his hand again, and a huge palm print collided with the Avatar's demonic warhammer. The Avatar was pushed back explosively, but the Wind Monarch suddenly turned into a breeze and dodged this ferocious attack effortlessly. In the blink of an eye, the Wind Monarch forced 2 half-saint to retreat. The strength of his methods could be seen clearly. Yang Kai's flowing time Great Emperor had already slammed down on the Wind Monarch's chest. The Wind Monarch groaned. His face twisted, and he aged at a speed visible to the naked eye. But soon it stopped and returned to normal. The flowing time Great Emperor was powerful, but it depended on who the enemy was. The Wind Monarch had the body of a fake emperor, and could even resist the laws of time in the remains of the great emperors. Naturally, it wouldn't be a problem for him to resist the flowing time Great Emperor. However, he was not completely unscathed. Yang Kai's palm had injured him somewhat. The Dharmakaya and Bai Zhuo returned. Even Bai Ye suppressed the surging qi and blood in her heart, and rushed over from afar. The 3 half-saints' murderous intent surged to the sky. Yang Kai's flowing time Great Emperor's flying shuttle seal appeared again. Feng Jun looked helpless. He could block the joint attack of the 2 half-saint in Yang Kai, but he definitely couldn't block the second attack. Moreover, there was also Bai Ye this time. It wasn't that he wasn't strong enough, but it was really difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. He had many subordinates from the Emperor realm, but they were all injured or dead from the backlash of the array. They were useless. The only one who was unharmed was Master Sun, a master of array formations who wasn't good at fighting. He gritted his teeth and hated Yang Kai and the others for being shameless. They actually bullied him with numbers. They didn't have the demeanor of a master, but he didn't hesitate at all. When he showed a determined expression, he bit the tip of his tongue and sprayed blood on the remains of the great emperors in his hand. As the light shone, a big golden word flew out from the remains of the great emperors. The word was strange, and no one could recognize it. Yang Kai and the others' expressions changed. It didn't matter if they didn't recognize it, as long as they could feel the dangerous aura from it. At the critical moment, Yang Kai's eyes turned fierce. He didn't retreat but moved forward. The flowing time great emperor slapped down again. The Dharmakaya demonic war hammer, and the divine technique of Baizhua and Baya arrived at the same time. The golden word flashed, and everyone's thoughts stopped at this moment. When Yang Kai came back to his senses, he saw that Feng Jun's face in front of him was obviously older. He originally looked like he was in his 30s, but now he looked like he was in his 40s. The flowing time great emperor's shuttle-like seal had disappeared, and the Dharmakaya Baya and Baizhua's attacks were nowhere to be seen. It was as if a few breaths of time had passed from their lives. No one knew what had happened in those few breaths of time. The Feng Jun, who had aged 10 years, had an unfathomable smile on his face. Thinking quickly, Yang Kai hurriedly examined himself. After making sure that there was nothing wrong with him, he felt relieved. However, he still broke out in a cold sweat. The Feng Jun must have done something just now, but no one saw it or noticed it. Turning his head to look at the three-half-saint, he immediately saw the problem. Baizhua was frozen in place like a statue. He didn't move at all, and there was a faint golden light on his chest. He had been hit. Baya discovered the problem before he did. She said with an ugly expression, "He's not dead." Indeed, he wasn't dead. Baizhua's body was full of vitality, and there wasn't even a trace of injury. However, he had inexplicably turned into a statue and didn't move at all. The golden word that had flown out from the remains of the great emperors had also disappeared. It was certain that Baizhua's current state had something to do with the golden word. "Do you still want to fight?" The Feng Jun smiled with a look of victory. "You will die here. Hurry up and run for your lives. Maybe you can live a little longer." "Kill!" Yang Kai roared in response. He clapped and pulled his hands, and a huge crescent blade slashed toward the Feng Jun. The Dharmakaya and Baya also attacked from both sides. The Feng Jun spat out another mouthful of essence blood on the remains of the great emperors. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai was furious. The power of the strange golden word was unpredictable. It was obviously a divine technique hidden in the remains of the great emperors. He originally thought that the Feng Jun could only use it once. Losing Baizhua wouldn't affect the situation much. He still had two half-saint on his side, but he didn't expect the Feng Jun to be able to use it again. What was there to fight? Although he had sacrificed his essence blood, the golden word could turn a half-saint into a statue. He only needed to spit out a few more mouthfuls of blood, and the Feng Jun team would be wiped out. The great monarch's remains glowed brightly again, and another huge golden character flew out from within. The situation was exactly the same as before. When the golden character appeared, everyone's thoughts stopped. When Yang Kai came back to his senses, he was still safe and sound, and so was the Dharmakaya. On the other hand, Baya and Baizhua had both turned into statues and were motionless. The price the Feng Jun paid was that he aged a little. The originally gentle middle-aged man had now become a little old man in his 50s or 60s. Squinting at the remains of the great emperors in the Feng Jun's hand, Yang Kai said in a cold voice, "If you can use that technique again, I will wring my head off and give it to you." The Feng Jun coughed a few times, shook his head, and smiled bitterly. "Palace Master Yang's eyes are sharp. With my ability, I can only use that technique twice at most." It wasn't that Yang Kai's eyes were sharp, but after the two golden words appeared, many small cracks appeared on the remains of the great emperors in the Feng Jun's hand. It seemed that the technique just now had caused great damage to the remains of the great emperors, and it wouldn't be able to withstand it a third time. Yang Kai raised his chin slightly, and with an arrogant expression he said fiercely, "Tell me, how do you want to die?" How infuriating. He had the advantage in terms of timing, location, and people. It wouldn't be a problem to take down a fake emperor. However, the other party had struck first, and Baizhua and Baya were directly eliminated from the battlefield. Although the two half-saint were still alive and didn't show any signs of injury, who knew what kind of divine technique those golden words were? It would probably take a lot of effort to undo them. Therefore, Yang Kai had a belly full of anger. However, he still had the upper hand in the current situation. The Feng Jun had used the divine technique of the great emperors twice in a row, and he had also paid a big price. On the other hand, he and the Dharmakaya were almost intact. If they really fought, the Feng Jun would definitely not be the Dharmakaya's opponent. Although he was at a great disadvantage, the Feng Jun was still smiling. Palace Master Yang, do you think victory is in your hands? Although I can't use the technique just now, I'm not a fish on the chopping board. Palace Master Yang, if you want to make things difficult for me, please think twice. Yang Kai snorted coldly. Destroy your own cultivation, and I may spare your life. The Feng Jun shook his head and laughed. Palace Master Yang, you think too highly of yourself. As he spoke, he raised the remains of the great emperors that were full of cracks in his hand. There's still a secret technique hidden in this bone, but I don't want to use it unless it's a last resort. Therefore, I want to negotiate with Palace Master Yang. There's no room for negotiation. People who walk different paths can't make plans together. In today's situation, either you die, or I die. The Feng Jun looked helpless. He lowered his eyebrows and pondered for a moment. Then he looked up at Yang Kai. Palace Master Yang, do you have to do this? Or you can give me the remains of the great emperors. The Feng Jun shook his head. That's absolutely impossible. Other than that, everything else is negotiable. Then there's no room for negotiation. When Yang Kai finished speaking, his whole body suddenly blurred. The next moment, he rushed in front of the Feng Jun, raised his finger, and pointed at the Feng Jun. The power of this finger condensed all of Yang Kai's cultivation. Although it wasn't a divine technique, even a fake emperor couldn't be unharmed after being hit by it. The embodiment in Yang Kai's mind were connected. When Yang Kai made his move, the embodiment had already rushed behind the Feng Jun. On the demonic war hammer, the embodiment rolled and smashed down. This time, the Feng Jun didn't spit out any essence blood, and no golden words appeared on the remains of the great emperors. However, at this critical moment of life and death, he smiled at Yang Kai. Yang Kai was alarmed. His finger moved faster and faster, and the embodiment's demonic war hammer smashed down even more fiercely. With a light cracking sound, an invisible force enveloped the Wind Monarch. Chapter 3646. The sound came from the remains of the great emperors in the Wind Monarch's hand. Half of the 1-foot-long rib bone suddenly broke, and the front half turned into powder and disappeared. At the same time, Yang Kai felt that the Wind Monarch, who was so close to him, was suddenly thousands of miles away. The all-out attack and the embodiment's demonic war hammer both hit empty air. Looking up again, the Wind Monarch's figure had merged into the outline of the flowing time temple. He seemed to have entered another world, looking at Yang Kai through a transparent barrier. Standing in front of the magnificent gate, under the plaque of the flowing time temple, the Wind Monarch's face was ferocious. He gritted his teeth and shouted, Yang Kai, you ruined this king's plan. When this king comes out, I will slaughter your high heaven palace. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. How could he not know that he had entered the Four Seasons realm? The Four Seasons realm would not be opened easily, but since Chungchi could enter it, it meant that this small world was not completely closed, and there were other ways to enter. The Wind Monarch had mastered one of these methods. When the large array was interrupted, the gradually revealed outline of the flowing time temple froze. Now, when the Wind Monarch used the remains of the sea in his hand as a medium to send himself into the Four Seasons realm, the flowing time temple slowly became blurry and disappeared again. The Wind Monarch set up a large array here, and came here with the remains of the great emperors. His original plan was to summon the flowing time temple from the Four Seasons realm, and refine it into his palace. But Yang Kai let the half-saint of demon race to cause trouble, so this plan could not work. He could only settle for the next best thing, which was to enter the flowing time temple himself. That's why he hated Kai Yang so much, and why he had spoken such harsh words. Looking at the situation, when the outline completely disappeared, it would be the moment when the small world of the Four Seasons realm was completely isolated from the star boundary. The flowing time temple faded very quickly. In the time it took for the wind monarch to speak, the outline had almost disappeared. Yang Kai took a step forward, the space principle surging around him, and his divine sense spread forward like a tide. At the same time he said, "You stay." These words were said to the embodiment. He could not enter the Four Seasons realm before, because he could not detect the space beacon in the void of the Four Seasons realm. Now that he had obtained the power of the Wind Monarch and the remains of the great emperors, the Four Seasons realm had a little connection with the star boundary. With his attainment in the space principle, he should be able to break through the barrier of the Four Seasons realm and enter the Four Seasons realm and pursue Monarch. No matter what the Wind Emperor was plotting, he was one of the four great demon emperors of the demon heavenly way, so Yang Kai couldn't just turn a blind eye to him. What's more, he still had people in the Four Seasons realm. However, he could pursue, but the embodiment could not leave. Bai Zhua and Bai Ye had been affected by the divine technique of the great emperors, turning into statues and unable to move. They needed someone to look after them. Of course, he could take Bai Zhua and Bai Ye back into the small sealed world, but the emperor realm of the demon path had not all died yet, so the embodiment had to stay behind to deal with the aftermath. Hearing this, the embodiment also knew that the current situation did not allow him to follow, so he immediately nodded, "Be careful." No one knew better than him what the embodiment was capable of, so even if the Wind Monarch was a fake emperor, the embodiment was not too worried. What's more, the Wind Monarch had continuously used the divine technique in the remains of the great emperors, which consumed a lot of energy. It was unknown how much strength he could exert now. Moreover, not only were the two little kids Yang Shui and Yang Xiao in the Four Seasons realm, but there were also masters like Lu Yin and Xiongqi. Even if the Wind Monarch did not know, how could the embodiment not know? The Wind Monarch thought that he could sit back and relax after escaping to the Four Seasons realm, but in fact, he had broken into a tiger's den. The only question was how the Wind Monarch would react when he met them in the Four Seasons realm. He would probably be very surprised. This was the advantage of communicating with the embodiment. There was no need to waste words, and they could see through each other's thoughts with just a thought. However, in the time it took to say this sentence, the outline of the flowing time temple had completely disappeared, along with the figure of the Wind Monarch. The connection between the Four Seasons realm and the star boundary was soon to be cut off. When the law of space surged, Yang Kai took 3 steps forward. When he took the first 2 steps, he was still in the same place, seemingly not moving at all. It was extremely strange, but when he took the 3rd step, he inexplicably disappeared. The embodiment also lost the connection with Yang Kai at the same time, knowing that he should have entered the Four Seasons realm. A great battle between a fake emperor and half-saint levels started in a hurry and ended in a hurry. At this moment Master Sun, who was watching the show from the side, turned pale and turned to escape. A figure had already blocked in front of him. Zhao Quan's expression was cold, holding 2 huge copper hammers in his hands, as if one man could hold the pass against 10,000. "Master Sun, where do you want to go?" When the spirit array had just been activated, Zhao Quan had reversed his cultivation method and forced out a mouthful of blood to escape the spirit array. This was also the idea that Yang Kai had given him. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to escape once the spirit array was fully activated. Looking at the fate of the people from the Emperor realm lying on the ground, it was clear that if Zhao Quan entered the spirit array with his cultivation, he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. Escaping early to save his life, he was now in the best state of the people from the Emperor realm, except for Master Sunday. Although Grandmaster Sun's attainments in the Tao of Spirit Arrays were profound, and he was also a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, his ability to fight with others was very poor. There was already a half-saint demon race eyeing him covetously, and now that Zhao Quan was blocking his way, he immediately panicked and tried to act tough. "Get lost, or this king won't show mercy." Zhao Quan slowly shook his head. "Before Palace Master Yang returns, Master Sun should stay." He didn't immediately kill him. His own experience was the best example. As long as he could extract the blood demon essence blood from his body, The people of the demon heavenly path would naturally recognize their position and no longer serve the demon race, unless it was someone who took the initiative and sincerely sought refuge with the demon race. Generally, those who were affected by the secret technique and changed their temperament would turn back. Zhao Quan didn't know the situation of others, but he had heard before that this Master Sun was also a demon disciple who was captured by the demon race and was affected by the secret technique. Words were useless. Master Sun decisively threw a jade card at Zhao Quan. The most common method used by array masters in battle was to release an array plate. It was convenient and fast to seal the spirit array in the array plate. Zhao Quan waited with rapt attention, but before the array plate flew in front of him, a figure appeared out of nowhere and grabbed it. Looking closely, it was one of the helpers that Yang Kai had summoned before. With a gentle squeeze, the array plate was crushed. Violent energy poured out from the embodiment's hand, but it couldn't hurt him at all. Master Sun's expression changed greatly, and he took out a few more array plates. The embodiment didn't bother to entangle with him. He rushed forward and punched him, directly knocking him unconscious. Zhao Quan watched from the side with cold sweat dripping down his back. He was strong enough to fight so simply and violently. In a small world isolated from the outside world, Yang Kai leisurely appeared. The Flowing Time Temple and the Wind Monarch were nowhere to be seen. Although he immediately chased after them, he was shuttling through the void. The difference of a few millimeters was huge, so the current situation wasn't strange. He had come to the Four Seasons realm once. At that time, his strength was still low. Now he was a third-layer Emperor realm master. The Four Seasons realm originally didn't allow cultivators above the Dao Source realm to enter. This small world was maintained by its own laws. Unless one could transcend this law, they would be restricted. However, Xiongqi had opened the back door and brought Lu Yin in. Now, the Wind Monarch had broken in with the remains of the great emperors. The law restricting cultivation had broken by itself. If not for this, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to enter unscathed. However, this was indeed the Four Seasons realm. Glancing around, Yang Kai vaguely felt that the scenery around him was somewhat familiar. He should have been here before. After thinking about it again, he suddenly realized that this was the Two Seasons mountain range. The Four Seasons realm was divided into four major territory. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter were clearly separated. The Two Seasons mountain ran through the entire Four Seasons realm, dividing the four territory. On the left and right of the Two Seasons mountain, the seasons were different. It was very mysterious. Recognizing the location, Yang Kai seriously recalled the location of the Flowing Time Temple, then determined the direction and flew towards it. However, after taking a step, he suddenly stopped, a look of surprise appearing on his face. This was because when he took that step forward, the environment he was in had suddenly changed completely. When he first entered this place, the surroundings were scorching hot, as if he was in the middle of summer. However, after taking that step, the scorching heat disappeared in an instant. The cold wind whistled in his ears and white snow entered his eyes. It was as if he had entered the coldest winter. The biting cold penetrated his flesh and blood through his pores. If an ordinary person came here, they would probably freeze to death within a few breaths. Yang Kai couldn't help but frown as he had not encountered such a change last time. Although the seasons changed quickly, there was no sense of abruptness. The scenery around him was completely consistent with the seasons he felt. It was as if he had entered a different world after taking that step. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai took another step. When this step fell, the biting cold disappeared and was replaced by the bleak autumn wind. At the same time, the surrounding snow disappeared, the leaves withered and yellow, and the fruit trees in the forest were full of fruits. After the summer and winter scenes, he stepped into the autumn scene. Yang Kai raised his foot again, but this time, he did not step forward, but took a step back. Logically speaking, this step should have been the winter scene that he had just encountered. But what was surprising was that when he took a step back, what greeted him was not the winter scene, but the spring scene where all things were revived. Yang Kai did not hesitate and stepped forward again. Step by step, the scenery in front of him changed like a merry-go-round. It was not his own vision, but the whole world. It was really a scene with every step. Moreover, there was no pattern to it at all. The 4 seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter seemed to change at will. Yang Kai's frown deepened. Although he did not know what had happened in the 4 seasons realm, it seemed that something had definitely changed in this place. What worried him now was whether this change was caused by the arrival of the Wind Monarch, or if it had always existed. If it was the former, it didn't matter. He just needed to find the Wind Monarch and get rid of him. If it was the latter, then it meant that Qiongqi and the others had encountered some trouble. Otherwise, how could such a change occur in the 4 seasons realm? Chapter 3647. The seasons in the 4 seasons realm changed constantly, and Yang Kai could see the scenery of a season with every step he took. If he encountered such a scene in normal times, Yang Kai would be ecstatic. After all, such a strange thing was not something that could be encountered easily. Calming down and comprehending it would surely yield some gains. But now that he had something important to do, Yang Kai was not in the mood to comprehend anything. He just kept his head down and rushed in the direction of the flowing time temple. As time went by, Yang Kai's face became dignified. He actually noticed that his lifespan was slipping away. Since the beginning of cultivation, at most 100 years, cultivators had seized the good fortune of heaven and earth, conspired for the fate of the universe, and had techniques to preserve their youthful looks. Therefore, Yang Kai looked like a young man in his 20s or 30s. Perhaps in another 100 years, or even 1,000 years, his appearance would not change much. Generally speaking, under normal circumstances, it was impossible for a person to feel their lifespan slipping away, unless the speed was very fast. Yang Kai was in such a situation at the moment. With every step he took, as he flew forward, he clearly felt that time was flowing on his body. After galloping for a few dozen miles, he felt like he had lived for decades. This wasn't an illusion. Yang Kai was sure that he had indeed been experiencing the passage of time for several dozen years. In other words, he had only flown a few dozen kilometers in the 4 seasons realm, yet he had aged several dozen years for no reason. This feeling made his heart sink. He did not know if it was because of the abnormal situation in the 4 seasons realm, or if he had really been flying for decades without realizing it. But no matter what the reason was, he could not stop. So even if he was aware of the flowing time great emperor, he still moved forward quickly. He calmed his mind and was not affected by external forces. After an unknown period of time, when a huge palace suddenly appeared in front of him, Yang Kai stopped. Looking up at the palace, an ancient aura rushed towards him. Yang Kai's mind was a little absent-minded. At that moment, he could not remember why he had come here. He could not even remember who he was. 1,000 miles of land, 1,000 years of time, passed quickly as he flew. No matter what happened in the outside world, Yang Kai felt that 1,000 years had indeed passed. He had not thought for 1,000 years, and had only flown forward instinctively. When he reached the end, he would naturally be at a loss. However, when the words flowing time temple appeared in front of his eyes, Yang Kai's confused eyes gradually lit up, and his chaotic mind quickly became clear again. He remembered who he was and why he had come here. The gate of the temple opened, and Yang Kai stepped forward. The moment he stepped through the door, he had already entered the flowing time temple. Before Yang Kai had time to examine the situation inside the temple, a figure flew towards him. Yang Kai's face went cold as he secretly circulated his demonic qi, ready to act at any moment. But when he saw the appearance of the person rushing towards him, his eyes couldn't help but widen. It was because that person's attire and appearance were exactly the same as his. If there was a mirror in front of him, he would definitely think that he was looking at a mirror. However, upon closer inspection, it wasn't exactly the same. The other party's face seemed to be a few years older than his own, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth, obviously injured. Yang Kai saw him, so naturally the other party also saw Yang Kai. When their eyes met, the man didn't wait for Yang Kai to say anything and directly said, "Don't be long-winded, hurry up and find your son." As soon as his voice fell, he rushed past like a gust of wind, plunged into a crack and disappeared. It wasn't until this moment that Yang Kai discovered that this hall was filled with void cracks. Each crack was long and short, like the maw of a ferocious beast that wanted to devour its prey. It was a terrifying sight to behold. Yang Kai was baffled by the man's words. Although he had several wives, he had no children so far, so how could he have a son? However, he did have a godson, and it was a dragon race. Yang Kai thought that as long as he entered the temple, he would be able to meet that smelly brat. But who would have thought that he would encounter such an inexplicable scene? But in any case, Yang Kai was a little concerned about the sudden appearance of a person who looked exactly like him. So he didn't hesitate and chased after the figure into a void crack. The next moment, heaven and earth were turned upside down, and the world changed, and he appeared in the temple again. It was almost the same as the temple he was in just now, as if it hadn't moved at all. The surroundings were still filled with countless void cracks, and the man from before was nowhere to be seen. This made Yang Kai frown. He had obviously come in right after him, so why had he disappeared? Just as he was puzzled, a void crack suddenly fluctuated next to him. Yang Kai turned his head and saw a figure suddenly rush out of the void crack. It was another him. This him seemed to be more seriously injured. His whole body was covered with golden blood, his clothes were tattered, and his face was as pale as a sheet of paper. He hurriedly rushed in this direction. Yang Kai's expression froze. When he saw the first him before, he didn't react, so although he was surprised, he didn't think too much about it. He only thought that it might be an illusion. But when the second him appeared, he immediately carefully examined the other party, and the result made him inexplicably shocked. It was really him. Not only were their clothes and auras exactly the same, but even the power fluctuations and divine sense on their bodies were exactly the same. In this world, it was impossible for two people to be exactly the same. Even twins would have some slight differences. But this him was really exactly the same as Yang Kai, except for his appearance being a few years younger. But this difference in appearance was definitely not as simple as just a few years. When Yang Kai was flying through the Four Seasons realm, he felt as if 1,000 years had passed. The principle of time had passed on him for 1,000 years, but his appearance hadn't changed much. If he wanted to age him by a few years, it would definitely take more than 1,000 years, perhaps 2,000 years, or even 3,000 years moreover. If the two him were to be carefully distinguished, there would be some slight differences in appearance. Yang Kai couldn't bear to do this to himself, so he hurriedly called out, "Wait!" The second him turned his head to look at him and grinned. "Run! Do you want to die just standing there?" Hearing himself say this to himself, Yang Kai felt really strange. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. Just as he was hesitating, the second him plunged into a void crack and disappeared just like the previous one. The next moment, from the void crack the second him ran out. A figure chased after him. This person was dressed like a scholar and looked gentle and refined. Who else could it be but the Wind Monarch? Previously, the Wind Monarch had repeatedly spat out blood to stimulate the power of the divine technique in the remains of the great emperors, causing great damage to himself. His appearance had also suddenly aged by 20 or 30 years, turning from a man in his 30s into an old man. But at this moment, the Wind Monarch had regained his original appearance, and his aura was vigorous. Not only had he recovered, but his momentum was even stronger than before. Yang Kai was shocked and couldn't understand how he did it. One must know that the Wind Monarch had damaged his own blood essence when he stimulated the divine technique of the great emperors. That kind of damage couldn't be recovered without 80 to 80 years of meditation. Even if there was a heavenly emperor artifact that could shorten the time, it was impossible to recover so quickly. Although he had run for 1,000 years in the Four Seasons realm before, that was just his perception. 1,000 years shouldn't have really passed. What the hell? Yang Kai cursed in his heart. The reason why he chased into the Four Seasons realm alone, and didn't let his embodiment follow him, was that the world principles needed to be left outside to deal with the aftermath. And also because he was confident in himself. The Wind Monarch had suffered great damage, but he was unscathed. Moreover, Lu Yen and Qiongqi were in the Flowing Time Temple. If the Wind Monarch didn't know how to deal with him and barged in here, He only needed to call out to Lu Yin and Qiongqi, and everyone would fight side by side. How could the Wind Monarch be a match for them? But the current situation was that Lu Yin and Qiongqi were nowhere to be seen. He couldn't feel their presence and aura at all. On the contrary, the Wind Monarch was like a fierce tiger. This was a little different from what he had imagined. As his thoughts raced, the Wind Monarch saw him, but he didn't immediately attack. Instead, he chuckled. "Where did you come from, Yang Kai?" Yang Kai frowned and didn't answer, mainly because he didn't know how to answer. The Wind Monarch said again, "It doesn't matter, it's the same no matter who I kill." As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped down on Yang Kai's head. With the devil chi rising, Yang Kai shouted, and the mountains and rivers bell flew out and rushed toward the Wind Monarch. With a loud bang, the light on the mountains and rivers bell flashed wildly, and it was directly knocked back. Yang Kai's chi and blood tumbled in his chest. Before he could recover, he saw the Wind Monarch suddenly raise his hand, and an exquisite hourglass appeared in his palm. The hourglass didn't look like anything special, but Kai Yang's expression changed as he instinctively felt a dangerous aura coming from it. Yang Kai didn't understand the mysteries of the hourglass, nor did he understand the strength of the Wind Monarch. He was even more confused about the situation here. So how could he continue to be entangled with him? Hurriedly putting away the mountains and rivers bell, Yang Kai didn't wait for the Wind Monarch to activate the hourglass's power before his figure flickered, and he rushed directly into a nearby void crack. When he reappeared, he was in the main hall full of cracks, as if everything had returned to the beginning. After calming down the chi and blood tumbling in his chest, Yang Kai looked around and waited with rapt attention. After a short while, a fluctuation came from one of the cracks, and Yang Kai hurriedly looked over. Sure enough, a moment later a third him rushed out. Seeing this, Yang Kai frowned, because this third him was even more embarrassed than the previous two. His appearance had not changed much, and he looked like he was in his 30s, but his hair was a little more eensy. How old was he? How could his hair have turned white? After the third him appeared, he immediately rushed toward Yang Kai. Without giving Yang Kai a chance to speak, he hurriedly said, "You are me and I am you. The space-time here has been distorted. What you see now is the future, you understand?" Yang Kai did not know whether to nod or shake his head. Until now, he was not sure whether the one in front of him was him or not. If it was, then it meant that his future self and his present self had met here. However, if the space-time here was really distorted, it was really possible. Chapter 3648. The four directions were the universe, and since ancient times, it had always been the universe. The secrets of the universe were the secrets of time and space, which contained great mysteries and mysteries. Although Yang Kai had some attainments in the law of space, they were only related to the void of time and space. Only the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttling seal had a basic understanding of time and space. The scene here was related to the universe's time and space, so he couldn't tell whether it was real or fake for a while. After the third him finished speaking, he suddenly turned his head and shouted, "Wind Monarch is here, let's go." Saying so, he grabbed Yang Kai's arm and flew towards a nearby crack. Just as he was about to enter the crack, the third self anxiously warned, "The power of that hourglass in Wind Monarch's hand is unpredictable. You must be careful." After rushing into the crack, Yang Kai was alone again. He had obviously rushed in with the third him, but after entering here he had disappeared. However, when he looked around, Yang Kai's expression brightened. This was because the palace had finally become a little different from before. The previous few times he had come to this palace, it was filled with cracks. However, this time, there weren't so many strange scenes in the palace. Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. If the scene just now kept repeating, he really wouldn't know how to deal with it. Now that there was a change, it was good. The hall was empty. There was no trace of living people, and there were no signs of fighting. There were side doors on both sides. Yang Kai probed with his divine sense, but found nothing. So he casually chose a direction and left the hall. The hall was connected to a corridor with rooms on both sides. The corridor was very long, and he couldn't see the end of it. The floor under his feet was flowing with inexplicable colors, making it look strange. Yang Kai came to the nearest room and waited with rapt attention. He pushed the door open and checked carefully, but there was nothing in the room. Naturally, there was no one. He checked the rooms one by one, but found nothing. Moreover, as he investigated, Yang Kai found that he couldn't feel the passage of time in this place. It could be said that dozens or hundreds of years had passed, or it could be said that time had stopped flowing. This trip to the Flowing Time Temple was completely different from the last time. After checking countless rooms, when Yang Kai pushed open the door of one of the rooms again, his eyes couldn't help but light up. This room was finally not empty. There was a ferocious giant beast lying in it. At first glance, it looked like a tiger with 2 horns on its head and a pair of wings on its back. This giant beast was unaware of Yang Kai's arrival, and its snoring was like thunder. Who else could it be but Qiongqi? Yang Kai stepped forward and greeted it. Even after calling out a few times, Qiongqi did not respond, causing Yang Kai to frown. Qiongqi was still a divine spirit and was extremely powerful. Forget about sleeping. Even if it was in secluded retreat, if someone were to intrude, it would likely wake up immediately. However, there was no response even after he shouted at it a few times. This was a bit strange. Since shouting was useless, Yang Kai immediately stepped forward and patted its head, but there was still no effect. Qiongqi seemed to have really fallen asleep, and its snoring didn't stop for a moment. Yang Kai punched its head a few times, neither too hard nor too light. It wouldn't hurt it, but it was enough to wake it up from its sleep. But the reality surprised Yang Kai. After eating a few of his punches, Qiongqi still didn't move at all. This made Yang Kai a little frightened. Even such a method couldn't wake Qiongqi up. What was wrong with it? Moreover, Qiongqi clearly led Lu Yan, Yang Xiao, and Yang Shui into the Four Seasons realm, but now it was alone. Yang Xiao, Yang Shui, and Lu Yan were nowhere to be seen. Where did they go? Since he couldn't wake Qiongqi up, Yang Kai wanted to put it into the sealed world bead, but after several attempts, he still didn't succeed. It wasn't Yang Kai's fault, but Qiongqi was wrapped in a layer of invisible power that made it impossible for Yang Kai to use his divine sense. If he couldn't break through this invisible barrier, he couldn't put it into the sealed world bead. After struggling for a while, Yang Kai shook his head helplessly and gave up. Although Qiongqi was sleeping, there was nothing wrong with it, so there was no need to worry too much. And since he could find Qiongqi here, he should be able to find Lu Yan and the others. Yang Kai immediately sped up his search, checking the rooms one by one. In this Flowing Time Temple, the passage of time was a very vague concept. Even someone as strong as Yang Kai couldn't distinguish it. After an unknown amount of time, he finally found Lu Yan in another room. Lu Yan hadn't changed much. She still looked like a little girl, but like Qiongqi, she had fallen into a deep sleep, curled up on the floor of a room, sleeping soundly. After trying hard, Lu Yan really couldn't wake up. Her situation was exactly the same as Qiongqi's. First it was Qiongqi, then it was Lu Yan. Yang Kai really didn't know what they had encountered after entering the Four Seasons realm. Yang Kai thought that he would be able to find Yang Xiao again. But who would have thought that even after searching all the rooms, he still couldn't find a trace of the 2 children. At the end of the long corridor, there was another hall. After entering this place, Yang Kai's mind was in a trance again. Because this hall was exactly the same as the place he was in before, he thought that he had returned to his original place. But there was someone here. Dressed like a Confucian scholar, he looked like a teacher. Demon Heavenly Path, one of the 4 great monarchs under the command of the sect master, the Wind Monarch. This Wind Monarch was in good condition, and all the injuries he had suffered before had been healed. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged on a high platform in the hall. The high platform was shrouded in a translucent light curtain. Very obvious fluctuations of the time principle flowed out from the light curtain. At this moment, the Wind Monarch's eyes were closed, and he should be healing, unaware of Yang Kai's arrival. After narrowing his eyes and looking at him for a while, Yang Kai gently took a breath. When he exhaled, his demonic chi surged, and his fighting spirit soared. Although he had encountered 3 himself, who had been chased by the Wind Monarch, and although one of the himself had told him to hurry and find Yang Xiao. The situation in the Flowing Time Temple was so strange and inexplicable. If he wanted to break the situation now, the only choice was to start with the Wind Monarch. Therefore, Yang Kai decisively took action. His figure flickered and disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was above the Wind Monarch's head, and the myriad sword wrapped in his cultivation base fiercely slashed down. The light curtain shrouding the high platform was the work of the great emperors. So how could Yang Kai break it? When the thunderous sword slashed down, the light curtain immediately caved in. But it was tough and didn't break. However, disturbed by this, the Wind Monarch, who was meditating and healing, suddenly opened his eyes. Their eyes met, and the Wind Monarch grinned. There is a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There is no door to hell, but you want to break through it. Come. Raising his hand high, he passed through the light curtain and grabbed the myriad sword. As he madly stimulated his emperor chi, a fierce force rebounded. Yang Kai directly let go, abandoning the myriad sword. As his divine sense surged, his left eye turned into a majestic golden vertical, breathtaking, and a budding lotus shot out from his eye and rushed into the Wind Monarch's knowledge sea. As soon as the blossoming lotus appeared, the Wind Monarch's body trembled. Although he was strong, his soul cultivation was slightly inferior to Yang Kai's, so he was careless and fell into the trap. The white lotus took root in the Wind Monarch's knowledge sea and bloomed, absorbing his soul power. The Wind Monarch groaned, and the seawater in his knowledge sea roared, resisting the power of the secret technique. The lotus bloomed halfway, but it was no longer able to do anything. After all, it was not a soft persimmon that could be easily crushed. Although it was unexpected, it still could not take full effect. The Wind Monarch sneered. Just as he was about to ridicule, his expression changed again. This was because the half-blooming lotus flower had suddenly expanded. In his perception, the lotus flower was incomparably huge. It actually wrapped around his entire body, and then quickly closed. The blossoming lotus ended, and the angry lotus appeared. Two soul secret techniques, one after the other, appeared. Yang Kai attacked ruthlessly and decisively. Break! The Wind Monarch's divine sense surged wildly. As he roared, he broke the lotus seal and escaped. Caught off guard, a saber light chopped down on his head. Soul Cutter, heaven-breaking strike. Since it had the blossoming lotus and the angry lotus, how could it not have the power of the Soul Cutter? This time, the Wind Monarch could not block it, and was slashed by the Soul Cutter. His soul was not a good feeling. His face suddenly twisted, and his emperor chi burst out in all directions like a tsunami. The universe trembled, and Yang Kai was sent flying. In midair, Yang Kai's face turned slightly pale, but he still urged the space law and pounced on the Wind Monarch again. At the same time, his hands quickly formed a spell. As it spun, the mountains and rivers bell appeared and covered the Wind Monarch. Yang Kai shouted again in a low voice, "Dragon transformation!" As the dragon roared, golden light shone. With a crackling sound, dragon scales covered his whole body. Two horns grew on his forehead, and his hands turned into sharp dragon claws. His body grew slightly taller, and a dragon tail swung behind him. In a flash, Yang Kai had turned into a half-dragon. The Wind Monarch was still in a daze after being injured by the Soul Cutter. Yang Kai had already pounced in front of him. His two dragon claws grabbed his arms and pinned him down. The next moment, the mountains and rivers bell came down from the sky. In terms of cultivation, Yang Kai estimated that he was no match for the Wind Monarch. The previous three selves were examples. Therefore, Yang Kai did not plan to compete with the Wind Monarch in terms of cultivation. He had his own territory that he was good at. That was the half-dragon body. This was something that the Wind Monarch could not compare to. As long as the battlefield was limited to a small area, he might be able to win in close combat. Therefore, the mountains and rivers bell came down. Yang Kai planned to trap the Wind Monarch inside the mountains and rivers bell with him. Last time, when he killed the half-Saint Yin Si in the demon territory, he used this method. Although he lost half of his life after that, it was better than giving the Wind Monarch a chance to fight. Yang Kai had many tricks up his sleeve. The Wind Monarch also suffered a little. Moreover, the Wind Monarch had long heard of the mountains and rivers bell. This was the life treasure of the Yuan Ding great emperors. If he was really trapped, he was afraid that he would not be able to escape. Therefore, when he saw the rare treasure coming down from the sky, the Wind Monarch knew what Yang Kai was planning. Chapter 36-49. Since he knew, how could he let Yang Kai get what he wanted? With his arms locked, he couldn't move. While he was shocked by Yang Kai's brute strength, Feng Jun didn't panic and just shouted, "Wind!" As soon as he finished speaking, he really turned into a breeze, ethereal and untraceable. Yang Kai's hands were empty as Feng Jun had already escaped. The falling mountains and rivers bell stopped in midair. Now that Feng Jun was free from his shackles, there was no need for the mountains and rivers bell to fall. That breeze was visible to the naked eye and extremely mysterious. It floated to the side and turned back into Feng Jun's figure. He smiled calmly and said, "Do you know how long this king has been waiting for you here?" Without waiting for Yang Kai to answer, he gave his own answer. 100 years, a whole 100 years. Feng Jun's face showed a happy expression. This place is really mysterious and unparalleled. The Flowing Time Great Emperor is indeed worthy of the name of the great emperors of Flowing Time Great Emperor. Now that this king has recovered from his injuries, I'm afraid you are no longer my opponent. Although he entered the Four Seasons realm at the same time as Yang Kai, he had the remains of the great emperors in his hands. So he directly entered the Flowing Time Temple to heal and meditate here for 100 years, replenishing his previous losses and waiting for Yang Kai to come. Although he didn't understand what he said, how could Yang Kai not understand the meaning of his words? The Flowing Time Temple distorted time and space. Since Feng Jun could now recover to his original state, it naturally took 100 years. It was just that Yang Kai didn't understand the passage of time. On the other hand, Feng Jun probably didn't know what Yang Kai had experienced, otherwise, he wouldn't have said such words. Feng Jun's cultivation was higher than Yang Kai's, so he wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he stared at Yang Kai and said, "I have long heard that you are related to the dragon race on Dragon Island, and possess the origin of the dragon race. Now it seems that it is true. However, external forces are external forces after all. How can they be more mysterious than your own power? Where is your helper? Aren't you going to summon it?" Previously, Yang Kai had summoned 3 half-saint of demon race at once. Bai Zhua and Bai Ye had been sealed by him, using the divine technique from the remains of the great emperors, leaving only a Dharmakaya behind. The Wind Monarch cared a lot about his Dharmakaya. If Yang Kai brought his Dharmakaya here, there would be a big battle today. "I'll summon it when I need it." Yang Kai smiled faintly. "Don't worry about it." The Wind Emperor nodded. "Junior, although you are young, your strength is indeed extraordinary. To be honest, I really don't have the heart to kill you." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said, "Then why don't you just stick your neck out and stab me? It will save us all the trouble." The Wind Emperor naturally ignored his words and said earnestly, "I think that I don't have the heart to kill you. But you want to be my enemy. It's really a headache. Why don't you also become the demon race's heavenly Tao? If we can become a family, we won't have these concerns. In this way, you can keep your life, and I won't have any regrets. Isn't it great? Moreover, the Taoist master will be happy to accept a young talent like you." Yang Kai looked at him with a strange expression. "You want me to become the demon race's heavenly Tao?" Sincerely, the Wind Emperor looked solemn. "With your ability, if you can join, you will be valued by the Taoist master. Although you won't be as high as the 4 monarchs, you will definitely be the one with the highest position under the 4 of us. When the demon race unifies the astral world, you will be free and unfettered." Hee. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. The Wind Emperor had a serious expression. "Why are you laughing?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "I'm laughing because you are willing to be someone else's dog, and still have a face full of glory. I'm laughing because you have cultivated for so many years, but still can't be at ease. You want to use your position under the 4 monarchs to win me over. But do you know who I am? Who are you?" The Wind Emperor looked at him indifferently. Yang Kai stood straight and smiled proudly. I am the astral world's 55th army, the army commander of the GZ army. Why would I care about the position of the demon race's lackey? When he finished speaking, Yang Kai raised his hand and took out a large order. The Wind Emperor's expression changed greatly, and he raised his hand to take out a small hourglass. At the same time, a light flashed on the large order, and a burly figure shot out from it. The army commander's order was not only a symbol of the army commander's identity, but it was also a weapon to protect one's life and kill the enemy. It contained a divine technique of the great emperors. The order in Yang Kai's hand was refined by Zhan Wuhen. Naturally, his divine technique was sealed inside. Yang Kai was facing a fake emperor alone. Since his sneak attack failed, he directly took out the army commander's order and activated the divine technique of the great emperors. There were only 2 words he wanted to say. End the battle quickly. Fake emperors were not easy to kill, and the Wind Emperor had been here for 100 years. Not only had he recovered from his injuries, but he was also full of confidence. Yang Kai might not be able to gain any advantage if he fought with him with his own strength. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to take out the power of the order. Zhan Wuhen's figure became solid, as if the one who walked out of the order was himself. The aura of the great emperors rushed toward the Wind Emperor, making it hard for him to breathe. Guided by Yang Kai's aura, Zhan Wuhen came to the Wind Emperor in a few steps and raised his hand to punch the Wind Emperor. There was nothing fancy about it. It was a simple punch, just like a fight between ordinary people. However, the Wind Monarch's expression was one of shock. He flipped the hourglass in his hand, and the fine sand flowed down. A layer of light spread out from the center of the hourglass. Zhan Wuhen's figure was enveloped by the light. It was as if he had been struck by a spell, and he was frozen in place. Yang Kai's eyes widened. This situation was exactly the same as what happened to Bai Zhua and Bai Ya. The Wind Emperor couldn't help but laugh. You're just as though. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a series of cracking sounds. Zhan Wuhen's fist, which had been fixed in place, moved forward inch by inch, shattering the great restraints. Before the fist had even reached him, the void was already trembling. Cracks appeared one after another. The Wind Emperor let out a strange cry, and was no longer as calm as before. He quickly retreated, but Zhan Wuhen's attack followed him like a maggot. Seeing that he was about to hit the Wind Emperor activated his Emperor's Qi again, and turned the hourglass in his hand. It was exactly the same as before. A halo visible to the naked eye passed by, and Zhan Wuhen's figure was fixed on the spot. This time, the Wind Emperor was no longer in the mood to mock him. He continued to retreat, his face extremely solemn. Sure enough, in just a moment, Zhan Wuhen moved again and broke the restraint of the void. He was clearly hundreds of feet away from the Wind Emperor. But when he moved, the Wind Emperor was horrified to find that the fist was right in front of his face again. Third turn of the hourglass. Zhan Wuhen fixed his body again. After 3 moves and 3 fixes, Zhan Wuhen's figure suddenly became faint. In just 3 breaths, his whole person disappeared in the void. Obviously, the power of the divine technique had disappeared. This divine technique of the great emperors didn't hurt the Wind Emperor at all. Although it didn't hurt him, the Wind Emperor was greatly exhausted. Yang Kai clearly saw that every time the hourglass was turned, the Wind Emperor's face became uglier, and his aura dropped significantly. In order to activate this treasure, he had to pay a heavy price. But what the hell was that hourglass? Yang Kai couldn't understand how such a terrifying treasure could exist in this world. In his mind, he couldn't help but recall the words of the third self. Be careful of that hourglass. Its power was unpredictable. Its power was indeed unpredictable. Although the order of the army commander only sealed one divine technique of the great emperors, which was not as powerful as the great emperors themselves, it was definitely not something that an ordinary fake emperor could resist. Even so, it couldn't hurt the Wind Emperor, which showed the extraordinary power of this treasure. In the main hall, there were cracks everywhere. They were not only the void cracks, but also the space-time seemed to be in chaos. Such a situation was very similar to what Yang Kai encountered when he first entered the Flowing Time Temple. Ha 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 ha. The Wind Emperor laughed wildly with indescribable joy. He had escaped with his life from the great emperors. Even though he was in a difficult situation, it was enough to be proud of. Therefore he was happy. He laughed loudly and held the hourglass in his hand while gasping for breath. "Junior, do you know what this is?" Yang Kai's face darkened. "Where did you get it from?" It was impossible for the Wind Emperor to block Zhan Wuhen's divine technique with his own strength. But in fact, the Wind Emperor blocked it. Although he only relied on the power of the treasure, it showed that he was extraordinary. The appearance of this treasure was inexplicable. Obviously, the Wind Emperor didn't have it before. Otherwise, he would have used it to deal with the Dharmakaya and the others. Why would he use his blood to activate the power in the remains of the great emperors? Since he didn't have it before, the only explanation was that he got it from the Flowing Time Temple. This was the treasure left behind by the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. The treasure of the great emperors was used to deal with the great emperor's divine technique, which saved his life. He didn't break Zhan Wuhen's divine technique, but he exhausted his power. That's right. The Wind Emperor laughed happily. "I got this treasure from the high platform. You probably don't know that this treasure is the treasure of the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. After the fall of the great emperors, this treasure was left in the Flowing Time Temple, waiting for the fated person to get it. And I am that fated person." Hearing this, Yang Kai didn't show it on his face, but he was cursing in his heart. He was cursing Qiongqi, the old guy. Since this guy was the mount of the Flowing Time Great Emperor and had guarded the Flowing Time Temple for countless years, he must know about this treasure. Since he knew about it, why didn't he take it away? Moreover, he had brought Yang Xiao and the others in before. Since there was a treasure here, why did he leave it to others? Now that the hourglass had fallen into the hands of the Wind Emperor, the life-saving divine technique that was sealed in the order of the army commander had been destroyed. This situation was really awkward. Yang Kai was so angry that he felt that he was about to be cheated to death by that old guy Qiongqi. The Wind Emperor had obtained a new treasure and used it to exchange a blow with the great emperors. He was feeling complacent and had no one to share his happiness with when Yang Kai's question suddenly scratched his itch. Naturally, he had to tell the truth. Rubbing the hourglass in his hand, the Wind Emperor laughed and said, "This is the endless hourglass, which contains 10,008 grains of the Flowing Time Great Emperor's divine sand. Each grain of the Flowing Time Great Emperor's divine sand was personally refined by the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. 1 grain of sand can accelerate 1 month of time. 10,008 grains. That's the power of more than 800 years of time. The divine technique of the great emperors is indeed extraordinary. But how could it resist the power of this treasure?" Previously, when Zhan Wuhen appeared, the Wind Emperor was scared to death. Now that the crisis was over, he seemed to be able to predict the future. Chapter 3650. The endless hourglass contained 10,008 grains of Flowing Time Great Emperor divine sand. Each grain of Flowing Time Great Emperor divine sand was personally refined by the great emperors of Flowing Time Great Emperor and contained the principle of time. 1 grain of divine sand could accelerate the flow of time for 1 month. So 10,008 grains were indeed equivalent to more than 800 years of time. The power of this principle of time was incomparably mysterious. Although the army commander's order contained the divine technique of the great emperors, it was still unable to withstand the erosion of the principle of time, and thus dissipated. This was also why the Wind Emperor was able to withstand the divine technique of the great emperors. In a flash, Yang Kai understood everything. "Do you want to try?" Feng Junxiao looked at Yang Kai. Although this was a question, he did not give him a choice. Circulating his emperor qi, the hourglass in his hand turned over again. Tiny grains of sand slowly flowed inside the hourglass, and a halo of light visible to the naked eye suddenly enveloped Yang Kai, not giving him the slightest chance to react. When he was enveloped by this halo, Yang Kai clearly felt that he had formed a close connection with something. Tracing the source of this connection, his eyes immediately focused on the endless hourglass in Feng Junxiao's hand. At this moment, The endless hourglass exuded an aura that firmly locked onto him. It was as if there was a pair of invisible eyes staring at him, making him feel as if he could not escape. Without even thinking about it, Yang Kai dove into the nearest crack. The power of this endless hourglass could even resist the divine technique of the great emperors, so he did not want to test it. At this moment, escaping was more important. What's more, although this hourglass was powerful, it was impossible for the Wind Emperor to use it indefinitely. There would always be a limit, and that would be the time for him to counterattack. Rushing out of the crack, the experience was exactly the same as at the beginning. Once again, they came to a great hall and returned to the starting point. The space-time here was already in chaos. The source of the chaos was the collision between the endless hourglass and the divine technique of the great emperors. However, Yang Kai soon discovered that the layer of qi that had locked onto his body was not cut off because of his escape. It was still closely connected. Moreover, the next moment, from the crack that he had escaped from, the Wind King followed him. The Wind King was holding an endless hourglass in his hand. With a smile on his face, the Wind King accurately caught up with him and said, "It's useless. In front of this treasure, it's useless even if you flee to the ends of the earth. Obediently surrender, and you will be spared from torture. Catch me first." Yang Kai gritted his teeth and shouted in a low voice. He hurriedly dodged a few steps and found a crack to rush into. The Wind King slowly shook his head. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a mocking expression, as if he was mocking Yang Kai for overestimating himself. His footsteps were neither fast nor slow, like a maggot following a bone. His voice pierced through the space-time and rang in Yang Kai's ears. "Why bother? Although you are not bad, how can you escape from the qi of this treasure? Don't you feel anything? You'd better give up struggling." It would have been better if the Wind King had not said this. As soon as the Wind King said this, Yang Kai indeed felt something, or confirmed something. He had a little feeling before, but he was not too sure. When the endless hourglass was turned over by the Wind King, when the hourglass locked onto him, when the divine sand of the flowing time great emperor slowly flowed in the hourglass, Yang Kai had a feeling that the flowing time great emperor had run over him. This feeling was very similar to what he had experienced when he was rushing to the flowing time temple from the Two Seasons mountain. As if he had noticed the change in Yang Kai's expression, the Wind King laughed. "Who do you think the flowing time great emperor's divine sand is supporting? Stupid junior. What is flowing in the endless hourglass is not the flowing time great emperor's divine sand, but your lifespan." Yang Kai's face sank. It was not because the Wind King was exaggerating, but because he could confirm that what the Wind King said was true. When the endless hourglass locked onto him, and the flowing time great emperor's divine sand began to flow, his lifespan was rapidly decreasing. A grain of the flowing time great emperor's divine sand represented the power of 1 month. After fleeing for a while, Yang Kai's hundreds of years of lifespan had been taken away by the endless hourglass out of thin air. This kind of treasure that could take away one's lifespan made Yang Kai feel a chill all over his body. He could not help but think that if this continued, he would suddenly die of old age here. Death was nothing to be afraid of. Although the flowing time great emperor's cultivation was short, he had seen and experienced too many wonderful things in his life. Even if he died in battle at this moment, he would have no regrets. However, dying without fighting, and having his lifespan sucked away by the Wind King, was a little unacceptable. Therefore, Yang Kai turned around, stopped, and clasped his hands together. He stared at the crack he had escaped from, and smashed down heavily with the momentum of a mountain. This strike gathered all the power of his 300 Zhonglong dragon body. Even if the great emperors were here, he would still smash them until they bled. In the next moment, the Wind King chased him out of the crack. He was not surprised at all. He just glanced at Yang Kai indifferently. When the two fists smashed down, Yang Kai's heart sank slightly. He did not feel anything under his hands. This thunderous strike had hit nothing. At that moment, he clearly saw that the Wind King's speed had suddenly increased, and he had dodged his attack by a hair's breadth. Before Yang Kai could react, a strong force came from behind him. It was as if he had been hit by a mountain. He was sent flying, spitting blood from his mouth. He rushed straight to the crack in front of him. He entered the crack and returned to the hall. There was someone in the hall. An intact him was standing there stupidly, looking at him in a daze. Yang Kai could clearly feel the surprise and vigilance in his eyes, just like when he entered the hall. Did I meet my past me ? Yang Kai's face twitched. He did not know what expression to make. Unexpectedly, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and opened his mouth to say, "Don't be long-winded. Hurry up and find your son." After saying that, he realized that this sentence was exactly what he had heard when he entered the hall. He did not know why he had said it. However, there was no time to explain in detail. The Wind King was about to catch up. Yang Kai hurriedly escaped to a crack not far away. When he escaped into the crack, he could feel that the past him was chasing after him. However, he disappeared in an instant. The Wind King was waiting in front of him. It seemed that he had been waiting for a long time. He looked very enthusiastic when meeting an old friend. "Where can you escape to? Don't struggle in vain." As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped toward Yang Kai. His movement was not fast. At least, Yang Kai could see it clearly. He raised his hands. When the law of space surged, a dozen pitch-black moon blades slashed through the air, leaving marks in the void. At this moment, his mind was slightly distracted. When he came back to his senses, the moon blades had no effect. Instead, he was hit again. His chest was hit so hard that his blood and chi were tumbling, and his bones were cracking. Standing up again, he looked at the Wind King gloomily. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes slightly. "So it's not you who became faster." The two fights were enough for Yang Kai to see through some things. He originally thought that it was the Wind King who suddenly became faster, so he was caught off guard. However, it seemed that was not the case. The Wind King did not change. The one who changed was himself. The Wind King smiled. The endless hourglass is not only able to extract life. After all, it is a treasure left by the great emperors. How can it be so simple? Yang Kai nodded. So, it is the endless hourglass that has affected my concept of time. As the saying goes, a day feels like a year. This is not without basis. If you are strong enough, you can indeed do this. The Wind King shook his head. However, this treasure is very mysterious. I can't fully refine it, so I can't reach this level for the time being. Although I can't reach this level, I have gained something. So it is the endless hourglass that has lengthened my perception of time. Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood, something that could be dealt with in one breath. Yang Kai needed 10 or 100 breaths to react. Naturally, he could not deal with it. This was the reason why he had been hit twice. "So are you still not going to admit defeat?" The Wind King looked at Yang Kai indifferently. "I really don't want to kill you." Yang Kai grinned hideously. "If you have the ability, make time freeze on me. Then you can do whatever you want." The Wind King sighed softly. The whining of a stray dog is really unpleasant to hear. He held the endless hourglass in his left hand and formed a seal with his right hand. Then he pointed at Yang Kai. In an instant, the hall was filled with the sound of wind and thunder. The whistling wind wrapped around Yang Kai. The whirling wind turned into sharp blades, constantly cutting Yang Kai's body. The wind blades were very powerful. If the Emperor realm fell into them, they would be crushed into pieces immediately. Yang Kai did not die. His body was covered in blood, and his clothes were tattered. However, in the whistling wind, there was a dragon's roar that shook the sky. The giant figure quickly revealed himself. The 300-meter-long dragon stood proudly in the wind, and sparks flew from its dragon scales. Yang Kai opened his mouth and sucked. It was as if he was sucking a bowl of noodles. The wind around his body was sucked into his mouth and disappeared in 3 breaths. The Wind King was moved. Below the fake emperor, Yang Kai was the strongest person he had ever met. He could kill an ordinary person from the emperor realm at will. However, the one in front of him seemed to be extraordinary. He was actually able to struggle until now. Crunch. Yang Kai's mouth moved as if he was chewing something. His huge golden dragon eyes stared at the Wind King. He opened his mouth and shouted, "I'll give it back to you." When the last word came out, it turned into a mighty dragon's roar. It seemed to shake the 9 heavens and move the universe. With a soft puff, A burst of energy shot toward Feng Jun. It was useless. In Yang Kai's vision, this attack clearly hit the Wind King. However, in the blink of an eye, he appeared on the other side safe and sound. The one who was hit was only the Wind King in Yang Kai's vision. Under the situation where one's perception of time was affected, it was very difficult to determine the enemy's true location. However, Yang Kai did not stop. The ancient and obscure dragon language sounded again. He opened his mouth again. This time, what came out of his mouth was not a strong force. Instead, it was a thick black rolling flame. Fire Dragon's breath. The origin power of the Golden Divine Dragon was called the origin power of the Golden Divine Dragon, because this origin power could evolve all the powers of the dragon race. Fire Dragon, Water Dragon, Wind Dragon, Ice Dragon. As long as Yang Kai wanted to, he could evolve them. In the past, Yang Kai did not know how to do it. However, after going to the Dragon Palace and studying the dragon race's secret techniques, he knew how to do it. Chapter 3651. The hall instantly turned into a sea of fire. The space was filled with flames, leaving no blind spots. Only the Wind Monarch was surrounded by a gentle breeze. There was no fire within 30 feet of him. He was like a rock in the middle of a storm, unmoving. The Wind Monarch snorted. "You won't cry until you see the coffin." Then he stepped forward and slowly walked toward Yang Kai. The sea of fire parted to two sides, revealing a path for him to pass through. Wherever the Wind Monarch walked, the flames were extinguished. In a flash, he came to 100 feet away from Yang Kai. In terms of size, he was dozens of times weaker than Yang Kai. However, in terms of aura, he was superior. It was as if he was the one standing high above. He raised his hand and twirled his fingers. A small fan appeared in his empty right hand. The fan was only a foot long, but it was flowing with light. The Wind Monarch raised the fan and waved it at Yang Kai. In the midst of a gust of wind, a wind blade shot out from the fan. In the blink of an eye, it became 100 feet long and slashed toward Yang Kai. Yang Kai wanted to dodge, but his perception of time was distorted. How could he dodge? When he reacted, the wind blade was already in front of him. He hurriedly raised his arms and crossed them in front of his face. With a bang, Yang Kai's body shook. His hill-like body slid backward. A huge wound appeared on his arms and blood flowed out. Borrowing the force, he turned around and swept his tail toward the Wind Monarch. The dragon tail covered in dragon scales was like a long whip. As it swept across the void trembled and shattered. The Wind Monarch sneered. He lifted his feet slightly and dodged it with a few steps. It was very easy. Yang Kai's attack missed and he pounced forward, chanting in dragon language again. The Wind Monarch raised the small fan in his hand and waved it towards Yang Kai again. This time, it wasn't a single wind blade that appeared, but more than a dozen, blocking all of Yang Kai's escape routes. Unable to block, unable to avoid, Kai Yang continued to charge forward, his face filled with a ruthless ferocity, as if he was determined to face 10,000 enemies head-on. "You overestimate yourself," the Wind Monarch sneered. The endless hourglass in his left hand shook slightly. He was about to use the same trick again. He used the power of the flowing time Great Emperor to affect Yang Kai's perception. But right at that moment, a loud bang rang out and Yang Kai's figure disappeared from the spot he was standing. Feng Jun's eyes narrowed. In the next moment, he felt a huge figure blocking the light in front of him. Looking up, he saw Yang Kai looking down at him, as if he was looking at an ant. Yang Kai opened his mouth and spat out a burst of dragon breath. The dragon breath tore through the void, seemingly invincible, as it slashed toward the Wind Monarch's head. Feng Jun let out a cry of surprise. He moved his feet and dodged to the side. However, there was a fierce force coming from the side, as if waiting for him. He turned his head and saw Yang Kai's right fist sweeping toward him. The power of the fist was terrifying. The Wind Monarch's eyes twitched. Although his cultivation was higher than Yang Kai's, he knew that he wouldn't have a good ending if he was hit by such a fist. He made a prompt decision. His entire body transformed into a breeze that was completely powerless as he dissipated from this place. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little annoyed that his fist had missed. In the corner of the hall, The Wind Monarch appeared again. He stared at the big bell in Yang Kai's other hand and snorted, "Mountains and Rivers Bell." At this moment, not only was Yang Kai holding the Mountains and Rivers Bell, but he was also constantly flicking it. Therefore, the sound of the Mountains and Rivers Bell rang continuously in the hall. Halos spread out with the Mountains and Rivers Bell as the center, cleansing Yang Kai's body. The Wind Monarch had been here for 100 years. He had obtained the Endless Hourglass, the treasure left by the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor. He used the Endless Hourglass to extract Yang Kai's lifespan and affect Yang Kai's perception of time. But he had the treasure left by the great emperors. How could Yang Kai not have it? The Mountains and Rivers Bell was also a treasure left by the great emperors. Everyone had one. Who was afraid of who? The power of the treasure left by the great emperors could only be dealt with by the great emperor's treasures. Therefore, when Yang Kai took out the Mountains and Rivers Bell and played it, his perception returned to normal. However, the connection between his body and the Endless Hourglass was not cut off. Under the flow of the divine sand of the flowing time Great Emperor, Yang Kai's lifespan was still decreasing. Yang Kai could not display the full power of the treasure left by the great emperors. But similarly, the Wind Monarch could not display the full power of the Endless Hourglass. On this level, both of them were dabblers. The bell continued to ring, and the invisible suppression spread out. Somehow, the Wind Monarch's body became heavy, as if there was an invisible mountain pressing down on his shoulders. The Mountains and Rivers Bell had never been a treasure used to trap enemies. It was just that Yang Kai occasionally used the Mountains and Rivers Bell to deal with his enemies. At this moment, by activating the power of the Mountains and Rivers Bell, Yang Kai got rid of the Endless Hourglass's interference and returned to normal. The Wind Monarch also noticed this. He stared at the Mountains and Rivers Bell for a while before sighing slightly and saying, "It is better to squash enmity than keep it alive. You killed so many of my Demon Sky Path's people, and this king has also made you suffer a small loss. How about we end today's matter here? You go your way and I'll go mine, how about it?" Dealing with someone who was proficient in the laws of space without the Endless Hourglass, the Wind Monarch had no confidence in himself. Unless Yang Kai fought to the death with him and did not try to escape, there was nothing he could do if Yang Kai wanted to escape. The Wind Monarch did not want to accept such a fight. He was already satisfied with entering the Flowing Time Temple and obtaining the Endless Hourglass. As for the people of the Demon Sky Path who had died, how many people had died in this world? It should be their honor to be able to serve the Taoist master's great cause until the day they die. Fine, Yang Kai responded, grinning. Leave behind the Endless Hourglass and destroy your own cultivation. Then I'll let you go. The Wind Monarch narrowed his eyes and sneered. Junior, this king is sincerely asking for peace, but that doesn't mean this king is afraid of you. If you continue to be so stubborn, this king will have no choice but to cut you down here. Bring it on if you have the ability. Yang Kai raised his hand and beckoned to the Wind Monarch. Is there no room for discussion? The Wind Monarch narrowed his eyes slightly. Yang Kai laughed. I told you a long time ago that those who walk different paths cannot work together. So why are you still so long-winded? The Wind Monarch took a deep breath and showed a trace of helplessness. Since you want to force me, then be prepared to pay the price. Saying so, he raised the Endless Hourglass in his hand and poured his Emperor Qi into it. Inside the hourglass, the speed at which the flowing time Great Emperor's divine sand was flowing was neither fast nor slow. Yang Kai had fought with him for such a long time, yet only half of the divine sand had flowed. In other words, Yang Kai had only lost a little more than 400 years of his lifespan. But when the Wind Monarch acted at this moment, the speed at which the divine sand flowed suddenly accelerated, and the remaining half of the sand flowed away in 3 to 5 breaths. Yang Kai couldn't help but groan, and a mouthful of blood rushed up to his throat, almost spitting it out. Although there was no external force, losing more than 400 years of his lifespan in such a short time was equivalent to suffering a heavy blow, and his vitality suddenly dropped by a large margin. But this was not the end. When the divine sand in the hourglass flowed to the other side, The Wind Monarch once again turned the endless hourglass over and madly poured his strength into it, grinning fiercely. With this hourglass, what can you use to fight this king? This king was willing to let you go, because I was merciful. Do you really think this king can't do anything to you? Watching one's own lifespan rapidly slip away was not a good feeling. Moreover, not only could he see it, but he could also feel it. How could Yang Kai just sit there and wait for death? As the mountains and rivers bell continued to ring, his figure flashed, and he escaped from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was already behind the Wind Monarch, and his dragon claws pierced through the air, grabbing at him. However, the Wind Monarch seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. He gently waved the small fan in his right hand a few times, and sharp wind blades accurately chopped at Yang Kai. With a few clangs, Yang Kai didn't dodge, and a few bloody wounds appeared on his huge dragon claws. The Wind Monarch clenched his teeth, as if he didn't expect Yang Kai to be so ruthless. Yang Kai's body was tough, and the power of his small fan was unparalleled. If the Emperor realm was slashed, it would probably be shattered immediately. However, Yang Kai's dragonized body was incomparably tough, and there were only a few wounds that barely reached his bones. Without any delay, the Wind Monarch transformed into a gust of wind and soared into the sky. Caught off guard, the mountains and rivers bell covered his head. Yang Kai's right hand had been flicking the mountains and rivers bell, so how could he not guard against the Wind Monarch's escape? As long as the mountains and rivers bell could cover him, Yang Kai had 100 ways to kill him here. However, how could the Wind Monarch fall into the trap so easily? The gust of wind changed direction a few times, and actually escaped the suppression of the mountains and rivers bell, reappearing on the other side. The divine sand in the hourglass flowed clean again, and Yang Kai couldn't hold it in anymore. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body suddenly shrunk to 10 feet. His lifespan was depleted, and his blood and chi became weak. He couldn't even maintain his dragonized technique. However, his attacks didn't stop, and he looked like he was going to bite off a piece of his enemy's flesh even if he died. As he ran, the law of space surged, and the moon blade slashed through the air. The Wind Monarch activated the power of the hourglass, and the moon blade strangely stopped in front of him, allowing him to easily dodge it. He looked at Yang Kai as if he was looking at a madman. Do you want to die? Yang Kai grinned as he attacked. If you have the ability, drain my lifespan. The Wind Monarch's eyes twitched. The hourglass spun, but this time, the divine sand didn't flow as fast as before. Instead, it flowed at the same speed as before. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he couldn't. He had obtained the endless hourglass for 100 years, and although he had refined it, he couldn't exert the full power of this treasure. Forcibly activating it twice was his limit, and he had to pay a heavy price to do so. He couldn't activate the hourglass's power again quickly. Yang Kai saw this point, which was why he was so fearless. He was now a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, and his lifespan was at least a few thousand years. Once the divine sand in the hourglass flowed, it would be more than 800 years, and 2 times would be more than 1,600 years. Including the flowing time Great Emperor, who had been crushed in the 2 Seasons mountain range, he still had a chance to live. Using his own lifespan to compete with the opponent's methods was an act of desperation. If it weren't for the fact that he had no other choice, why would Yang Kai do this? Now that the Wind Monarch was at his wit's end, he couldn't help but laugh. You're finished. Chapter 3652. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai's right eye turned pitch black. It was a pure black that seemed to be able to devour everything in the world. Demonic chi roared from the surface of his body and soared into the sky. His originally weak aura suddenly soared. A buzzing sound echoed in the hall. Although it was loud, it was deep and solemn. Black pupil purgatory, eternal darkness. This was Yang Kai's most powerful trump card. It was even stronger than the dragon form secret technique. When he became the demon race when he was in the Tao Source realm, he was able to escape unscathed after fighting against the 3 great emperors. It was obvious how powerful this technique was. However, Even though it was powerful, the price to pay was not small. Every time Yang Kai used it, there was a risk that he would become the demon race. In the past, when he used the secret technique, he needed to unseal the seal on the Dantian and release the demonic qi inside the Dantian. However, after Yang Kai reached the Third Order Emperor realm in the demon territory, he had truly become the demon race. All of his strength had turned into demonic qi. Therefore, there was no need to unseal anything. He could use the eternal darkness anytime, anywhere. Facing a fake emperor, Yang Kai did not dare to be careless. Therefore, he immediately used the army commander's order to end the battle quickly. Unfortunately, things did not go as he wished. The great emperor's divine technique was removed by the endless hourglass, but it did not have any effect. He then used the dragon form secret technique and the mountains and rivers bell, but the results were still unsatisfactory. Now he only had the eternal darkness left. This was also his final trump card. To be honest, even if Yang Kai used his most powerful trump card, he could not guarantee that he could defeat the Wind Monarch. In the Devil Realm, he had killed a half-step saint by himself. However, that silver thread had been severely injured, and her injuries from the Battle of Eternal Heaven hadn't healed yet. That was why he had been able to take advantage of her. What's more, Yin-Si was an expert in the art of seduction, which was countered by Yang Kai. How could she not die? But the Wind King was different. He had been recuperating here for 100 years, and his injuries were all healed. Even though he had suffered some losses in the previous battles, he was still much stronger than Yin-Si back then. The moment the eternal darkness appeared, the hall immediately plunged into darkness. That kind of darkness was indescribable. Not only was one's vision blocked, but even one's senses were also blocked. The Wind Emperor didn't expect that Yang Kai could still display such a powerful technique at this time. He was slightly surprised, but he didn't panic. He cast a spell to protect himself. With the hourglass in his left hand and the small fan in his right hand, he waited with rapt attention. At this moment, he suddenly sensed something and looked up. It was so dark that he couldn't see anything, but Feng Jun could still clearly feel that in the sky, there was a huge black round eye quietly looking down at him. That kind of invisible pressure made him feel a little flustered. Without any reason, the Wind Monarch was alarmed. Without even thinking, he waved the small fan in his right hand. With a roar, a tornado shot out from the fan, turning into a huge wind dragon that charged out ferociously. In front of the wind dragon, Yang Kai flashed over. Seeing this, the corner of his eyes twitched. He secretly thought that a false emperor wasn't that easy to deal with. Within the eternal darkness, the Wind Emperor shouldn't be able to sense or see anything. But he could still pinpoint Yang Kai's position and detect his movements. This showed that this person wasn't ordinary. It was a pity that such a person had fallen and become the demon race's heavenly Tao, becoming a lackey of the demon race. Yang Kai met the Wind Dragon's attack head-on. He raised his right hand and smashed down with the mountains and rivers bell. Without a sound, the dragon's head shattered. But the Wind Dragon suddenly transformed into millions of wind blades that shot out in all directions. Yang Kai's body suddenly burst into flames. The wind blades struck the dragon's scales without a sound, but their power wasn't small. Despite having the upper hand, Yang Kai was still at a disadvantage. Many small wounds appeared on his body, but he took this opportunity to get within 10 feet of the Wind Emperor. At such a close distance, Yang Kai raised his palm. The huge palm completely covered the sky above the Wind Emperor's head and fiercely slapped down. The Wind Emperor suddenly raised his head, as if he saw the palm. With a shout, he raised his palm to meet it. Fierce winds gathered in the center of his palm, transforming into a huge palm. It was another silent collision. When the two palms collided, Yang Kai's huge body was slightly pushed back, almost flipping him to the ground. The Wind Emperor's body also suddenly shrank. This attack was actually evenly matched. Yang Kai gritted his teeth. The Wind Emperor was shocked. Unlike the previous exchange of magical powers, this was a real collision of strength. How could the Wind Emperor remain calm when a 3-layer Emperor Realm cultivator was evenly matched with him? But he didn't stop. He immediately stabilized his body and rushed in the direction of the origin of the palm power. He actually counterattacked. How could Yang Kai retreat? He stepped on the ground, stabilized his body and punched out. Once again they collided. Once again, they shook off each other. In an instant, in the dark hall, a fake emperor and a three-layer emperor realm cultivator struck out with a heaven-shattering, earth-shattering, dazzling light. Yang Kai was happy to see such a head-on collision. The Wind Emperor's cultivation was higher than his, and he had cultivated for longer than him. Now that he had the endless hourglass, he had no hope of winning if he really fought with him. Therefore, the Wind Emperor's action was exactly what he wanted. However, there was nothing the Wind Emperor could do. The endless hourglass was powerful, but it couldn't break this secret technique. His vision was blurred, and even his perception was blurred to the extreme. He couldn't find Yang Kai at all. At this moment, he was both blind and deaf. He could only rely on the weak perception of Yang Kai's aura. Every time he clashed with Yang Kai to lock onto Yang Kai's position. If he lost that moment, he would never be able to find Yang Kai again. Therefore, he didn't dare to stop. He could only continue to collide with Yang Kai, hoping to defeat his enemy. At this moment, both of them were surging with demonic chi. Obviously, they were both using their full strength, not holding back at all. At this point, it was already a life-or-death situation. No one could take half a step back. During the battle, Yang Kai was constantly activating the Dragon Race secret technique, but the Wind Emperor wasn't idle either. Every time the small fan in his hand released a bone-piercing wind, Yang Kai would suffer a lot. Under the violent outburst of power, the hall was a mess. Fortunately, this was the Flowing Time Temple, the palace of the Flowing Time Great Emperor, or else it would have collapsed long ago. Time passed and the battle continued, but as time passed, both Yang Kai and the Wind Emperor's attacks became weaker and weaker. Such a life-and-death battle consumed a lot of energy for both of them. After an unknown amount of time, the darkness that shrouded the hall gradually receded, and the Wind Emperor finally saw the light again. Turning his head, the Wind Emperor raised his eyebrows and then laughed. He pointed at Yang Kai and said weakly, "Why bother?" 10 feet away, Yang Kai stood there shakily, his whole body covered in blood. He was in an extremely sorry state, and his tall dragon body was no longer there. Not only that, but even his black hair had become white and flawless, and his skin was dry and lusterless. He no longer looked like a young man in his 20s. At this moment, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was in his 40s. During the battle between the two, their lifespans were constantly decreasing. Before this, he had already lost more than 2,000 years of his lifespan. Coupled with the time lost in the battle, Yang Kai had a feeling that his end was near. He knew that this feeling wasn't an illusion, but that his end was really near. Perhaps it would be a dozen years, or a few decades, or at most 100 years. This kind of injury was more serious than physical injuries. Physical injuries, even if the soul was injured, could be healed, but the loss of lifespan was a fundamental loss. Apart from some heavenly treasures that could increase lifespan, there was no one in this world that could heal it. At this moment, Yang Kai could be said to be in an extremely miserable state. He wasn't having a good time, but the Wind Monarch wasn't any better. Half of his chest had collapsed, and his right arm was hanging limply. The small fan in his hand had disappeared, and his clothes were dyed red with blood. As he stood there, blood gathered at his feet and trickled down. In this world, Yang Kai was the only one who could fight a fake emperor with the power of a third-layer emperor realm cultivator. He could be proud of that. The Wind Monarch shook his head continuously. Was it worth it? Yang Kai panted and said in a hoarse voice, "Of course." The endless hourglass was so powerful that if it fell into the hands of the Wind Monarch, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. If it fell into the hands of King Yi, the consequences would be unimaginable. So no matter what price he had to pay this time, as long as he could kill the Wind Monarch here, and keep the endless hourglass in the Flowing Time Temple, it would be worth it. As he spoke, Yang Kai raised his fist and smashed it at the Wind Monarch. His speed was as slow as a snail, and even a 3-year-old child could easily dodge it. The Wind Monarch's face twitched. Lunatic. He also raised his fist to meet the attack. In the darkness, The two had fought like this countless times, so they were naturally familiar with it. After a full 10 breaths, the two fists finally collided. With a loud bang, the Wind Monarch and Yongkai both vomited blood and flew backwards. They crashed into the wall and slowly slid down. Thick blood stains were left on both sides of the wall. The Wind Monarch sat up with difficulty and leaned against the wall. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Yongkai in front of him. He laughed. In the end, it's still me. If you die here, no one will know. I'm afraid you'll be very lonely on the road to the netherworld. The two were almost at the end of their lives, but Yongkai's lifespan was closely connected to the endless hourglass. The hourglass was still flowing, so the Wind Monarch only needed to wait quietly for the moment when Yongkai's lifespan ran out and died of old age. And Yongkai's current state didn't allow him to do anything except wait for death. Therefore, the Wind Monarch was talking about himself. Although it was somewhat shameful to be beaten like this by a third-layer Emperor Realm cultivator, the final result was still acceptable. After Yongkai died, the Wind Monarch only needed to continue healing here and refining the endless hourglass. Then, he would be able to control the entire flowing time temple. The day he came out of seclusion would be the day he became famous. Yongkai was also leaning against the wall at this moment. He lowered his head, and the long hair in front of his forehead covered his eyes. He said in a low voice, "You won? I'm afraid not." The Wind Monarch sneered. "Do you have any other tricks up your sleeve? If you do, you might as well use them. I don't have any strength to resist now. You only need to come over and give me a light punch to take my life." Yongkai raised his eyes and stared at the Wind Monarch through the long hair in front of his forehead. He grinned. "I'm afraid I don't have the strength to hit you, but you can't win either." Chapter 3653. As soon as he finished speaking, Yongkai raised his hand and pointed at the Wind Monarch. With a rumbling sound, a vigorous and majestic strange beast with a single horn on its forehead and black flames appeared on the stage. This strange beast looked like a horse, but it was much taller than an ordinary horse. Moreover, devil chi surged all over its body, and its aura was ferocious and tyrannical. Shockingly, it already had the appearance of a half-step saint. Yongkai had more than 3 half-saint of demon race around him. There was also Wind Chaser in the small sealed world. He didn't summon it before because in the eternal darkness, except for himself, everyone who was shrouded by this technique would be affected. Even if he summoned Wind Chaser, it would be blind and deaf like the Wind Monarch. It wouldn't be able to help and might even cause more trouble. But now it was different. The Wind Monarch was also like him. Summoning Wind Chaser was a good opportunity to beat a drowning dog. Although Wind Chaser was a strange beast in the demon territory and didn't have high intelligence, it could still distinguish between friend and foe. As soon as it appeared, it looked back at Yongkai, blinked its big eyes twice, and looked at the Wind Monarch on the other side. In an instant, its 2 eyes turned red, and its whole body was covered in monstrous demon flames. With a roar, it lowered its head and charged at the Wind Monarch. Feng Jun was dumbfounded. He was dumbfounded. He thought that the outcome was already decided. He only needed to wait for Yongkai to die. Who would have thought that this guy would summon such a fierce beast with a raise of his hand? He didn't recognize what kind of strange beast Wind Chaser was, but the half-saint aura was not fake. Such a fierce beast, even at his peak, would give him a headache, let alone now. Seeing Wind Chaser charging at him, the horn on its forehead flashed with a cold light. How could the Wind Monarch not know that he would definitely die if he was hit? At the critical moment of life and death, the Wind Monarch bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence into the endless hourglass in his hand. The simple and unadorned endless hourglass suddenly bloomed with dazzling light. When the light spread, the whole flowing time temple trembled and hummed. In the next moment, a light curtain appeared out of thin air and wrapped the Wind Monarch in it. With a loud bang, Wind Chaser slammed into the light curtain and was sent flying. At the same time, the flowing time temple trembled with a buzzing sound. It was as if Wind Chaser didn't hit the light curtain, but the entire flowing time temple. Chasing wind flew into the sky. Feng Jun and Yang Kai both looked at each other and cursed. Despicable, cunning, treacherous. After cursing, they covered their chests with their hands and coughed violently. Blood kept flowing out from the corners of their mouths. The two of them had fought with their lives on the line. Now it seemed like they were going to perish together. In the end, both of them still had a backup plan. Yang Kai felt that Feng Jun was despicable and shameless, while Feng Jun felt that Yang Kai was cunning and treacherous. However, after a few words, everyone stopped. They really didn't have the energy to curse. Whether it was Feng Jun or Yang Kai, it was probably the first time in their lives that they were so weak. On the other side, Windchaser landed heavily on the ground, shook his head after getting up, and once again charged in the direction of Feng Jun. A moment later, there was another loud bang, and Windchaser was sent flying again. The situation was exactly the same as before. Yang Kai's eyes twitched. He felt that he was in big trouble this time. He had been holding back and not summoning Windchaser because he wanted to give Feng Jun a big surprise at the critical moment. He thought that he would be able to win in one fell swoop, but who knew that Feng Jun was also hiding something? Although the light curtain activated by the endless hourglass didn't cause any damage, it was extremely tough. Windchaser's two collisions had no effect at all. With Windchaser's strength, there was no way to break it. If the light curtain didn't break, Feng Jun wouldn't die. If Feng Jun didn't die, Yang Kai would die. The divine sand in the endless hourglass continued to flow, and his lifespan was constantly decreasing. He wouldn't be able to last much longer. Could it be that he had no choice but to escape into the mysterious small world? The mysterious small world was a world of its own. If he escaped into it, he might be able to cut off the connection between himself and the endless hourglass. But it was just a possibility. He hadn't tried it yet, so Yang Kai couldn't be sure. But this was indeed his last resort. On the other side, Feng Jun chuckled. He was very happy. Yang Kai couldn't stand it and said weakly with a cold face, "Laugh again and I'll knock your teeth out." Feng Jun shook his head and responded in an extremely weak voice. "It's useless, it's useless. The endless hourglass is not only a relic of the great emperors, but also the central control of the flowing time temple. This king stimulates the power of the hourglass and the power of the temple to protect himself. Unless this evil beast can destroy the entire flowing time temple, no one can do anything to this king. Even the great emperors can't do anything to this king. If the great emperors really come here, you can try saying that," Yang Kai said sarcastically. Ridicule aside, Yang Kai estimated that Feng Jun wasn't lying to him. At this time, there was no need to lie. Moreover, when Wen Chue collided with the light curtain twice, every time he hit the light curtain, the flowing time temple would hum for a while. It could be seen that the light curtain was indeed closely connected to the entire temple. If he couldn't destroy the flowing time temple, he couldn't hurt Feng Jun at all. But how could Wen Chue destroy the flowing time temple? This was tantamount to no solution. While the two were talking, Wen Chue had already rushed over for the third time. Feng Jun looked at Wen Chue sarcastically. "This beast is good, but it's a pity that it's a waste. But don't worry, Junior, after you die, this king will have a lot of time to tame it." He thought that Wen Chue was a mount that Yang Kai had subdued. If he knew that Wen Chue was Chang Tian's mount, he wouldn't think so. Chang Tian didn't bear the name of the demon saint, but it was indisputable that he was also a demon saint. How could a mere Feng Jun subdue a demon saint's mount? Wen Chue was only close to Yang Kai because he had the bloodline of the dragon race. There was no master and servant between the two. While talking, Wen Chue had already arrived in front of Feng Jun. But this time he learned his lesson. He didn't crash into the light curtain, but suddenly raised his hooves high and stomped down fiercely like a mountain. With this stomp, even if there was a mountain in front of him, it would be smashed into pieces. But the light curtain was only slightly dented, and soon restored to its original state. But with this posture, Wen Chue avoided the fate of being blown away again. His body only leaned back slightly, and after stabilizing he stomped down again. Every time his hooves landed, the flowing time temple would hum. For a time, This shocking sound continued to reverberate in the empty hall. Time passed, but the light curtain was still intact. Wen Shui was furious, and his mouth kept humming. From time to time, he looked back at Yang Kai, as if asking for advice on how to kill the enemy. How could Yang Kai do anything? He was still counting on Wen Shui to break the current situation. At a certain moment, when Wen Shui stomped his hooves again and the hall shook, a gentle and angry voice suddenly sounded in the hall. Noisy, noisy witch bastard. Ouch, why did you hit me? Open your eyes and see clearly. Another voice sounded. The first voice was a man's voice, and it sounded very cheerful. The second voice was a woman's voice. Although it was only a sentence, it was melodious and very pleasant to listen to. There were other people in this hall, and more than one. Feng Jun couldn't help but stare and shout. Who is playing tricks? He looked around vigilantly and spread out his divine sense to find people. How could he find them? In addition to him, there was only Yang Kai and the strange beast in the hall. There was no aura of others at all. Yang Kai also frowned. He knew that there were other people in the flowing time temple, and there was indeed more than one. Counting Qiongqi and Lu Yan, there were 4. But the voices of this man and woman were completely different from the 4 people he knew. They were not Lu Yan, not Qiongqi, and even more unlikely to be Yang Xiao and Yang Shui. There were other people in this temple. Who were these 2 people? Yang Kai's heart sank. He vaguely felt that this matter was a bit tricky. If these 2 people had been in the temple, then where did Yang Xiao and Yang Shui go? Was the encounter of Qiongqi and Lu Yan related to them? Zhui Feng's intelligence was not high, but it had a clever spirit, so when the man and woman's voices sounded, it stealthily retreated until it was in front of Yang Kai. Its big tail swung in front of Yang Kai a few times, its eyes rolled around, and its ears perked up. It looked like it was protecting Yang Kai with its eyes and ears. There was no response from the Wind Monarch's side after he shouted. This made his face a little dignified. He pondered for a moment and said, Who are you? Why don't you show yourself? Although he was in a difficult situation, his words were neither servile nor overbearing. It was because he had the confidence to say this. He activated the power of the hourglass and stimulated the power of the temple. Now the whole flowing time temple was protecting him. Unless someone could destroy the flowing time temple, no one could hurt him. The man and woman who did not show up and only said a few words were somewhat unfathomable. But Feng Jun was not a soft persimmon that could be easily pinched. Naturally, there was no need to be afraid of them. However, in the current situation, it was better to avoid trouble. He had to find out the identity of this man and woman first. It would be best if he could ask them face to face before making other plans. After Wind Monarch asked, there was no response from the temple. It was as if the sound he heard was just an illusion. Wind Monarch couldn't help but feel a little confused. He turned his head and glanced at Yang Kai. Seeing the reactions of Yang Kai and Zhui Feng, he knew that it was definitely not an illusion. Yang Kai must have heard it, otherwise, he wouldn't have shown such an expression. Feng Jun frowned and said again in a low voice, Please show yourself. In the deepest part of the temple, in the main hall, there was a transparent mirror the size of a water tank. The mirror was not real, and was formed by a spell. It reflected the situation of Yang Kai, Feng Jun, and the others. At this moment, a man and a woman were standing in front of the mirror, looking down at the situation inside. This man and woman looked very young. The man was a teenager of 16 or 17 years old, and the woman was a young girl of 16 or 16 years old. The man was handsome and tall. His snow-white hair was without any blemish, and was casually tied into a ponytail behind his head. His face was elegant, giving people a natural feeling of intimacy. The woman wore a light yellow dress. Her figure was slim and graceful, and she had red lips and a pretty nose. Her skin was snow-white, and her long black hair draped over her slender shoulders. It was soft and smooth. This young man and woman stood together, looking like a pair of golden boy and jade girl. Chapter 3654. At this moment, the girl stared at the person in the mirror. Her gaze was fixed on Yang Kai. Looking at his weathered face and snow-white hair, her eyes suddenly reddened and tears flowed down her cheeks. Although the young man beside her also had long snow-white hair, his situation was different from Yang Kai's. His hair was naturally like this, while Yang Kai's lifespan was depleted too much, a sign that his lifespan was nearing its end. Although the young girl had never entered the world, her cultivation was not bad. So how could she not see this point? Their hearts ached, their eyes turned red, and they shed tears. After the heartache came anger. The girl turned and looked at the Wind Monarch, who was leaning against the wall. Her cold eyes were filled with killing intent. The young man beside her was also staring at the mirror with cold sweat dripping down his forehead, as if he had seen a ghost. He kept muttering, "It's over, it's 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 over. It's over, 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 it's over. It as he spoke, his figure flashed, and he shattered the void, intending to leave this place. The girl raised her hand and pinched the young man's ear with great precision, pulling him back from the void. Feeling the pain, the youth crouched beside the girl and said bitterly, "This trick again? Let's talk nicely. If you have any instructions, just say the word. I won't even frown if I have to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of flames. However, please show mercy and don't pull my ear. I'm in the dragon race after all. Where will my face go if word gets out? I won't be able to be a dragon in the future." The two of them looked to be about the same age, but the young man addressed her as a child. The young girl did not find it strange at all, as if it was only natural. She glanced at him, then pointed her finger at the mirrored Lord of Wind and said calmly, "I want him to live a life worse than death." The teenager blinked. "That's it. Yes or no?" The girl continued to ask. The young man patted his chest and said, "Leave it to me." After saying this, he smiled and looked at the young girl in a fawning manner. The young girl looked at him for a while before slowly letting go of her hand. After regaining his freedom, the young man rubbed his ear and stared at the mirrored Lord of Wind. He gritted his teeth for a while, as if he was bearing the grudge of his ear being pulled. After a while, he smiled gently and exhaled. Speaking of fortune, Tao is fortune. Fortune is reversed and it is still fortune. Heaven is impermanent, earth is impermanent, and people are impermanent. As he spoke, he took a step forward and stepped into the mirror. His figure entered the mirror like a ripple and disappeared. The next moment, he appeared in the hall and landed in front of the Wind Monarch. The young man's face was like jade, and his smile was gentle and elegant. The Wind Monarch turned pale with fright. From his point of view, the appearance of the young man in front of him was too strange. It was as if he had come from the void, and there was no sign of him at all. Feng Jun squinted his eyes. Even with his ability, he couldn't see through the other party's strength. Of course, this was because he wasn't in his best condition, but it also proved that this young man was extraordinary. The young man's voice was the same as the one in the hall. How could the Wind Monarch not know that it was him? He immediately became serious and was about to ask about the young man's identity. However, the young man didn't give him a chance to speak. He still had a smile on his face. He stretched his hand forward and said softly, "Don't you think it's hot to take someone else's thing? It's time to return it to its owner." His expression was relaxed, as if he was not facing a fake emperor, but a scholar who could not even truss up a chicken. His posture was relaxed, as if he was just bending down to pick up a flower. The white and flawless hand easily penetrated the light curtain that shrouded the Wind Monarch. No matter how hard the wind-chasing wolf trampled, it didn't damage the curtain at all. Then, the young man pinched the endless hourglass in the Wind Monarch's hand. The endless hourglass was a treasure left by the great emperors. It was his biggest reliance here, and it was the center of controlling the flowing time temple. He used the power of essence and blood to activate the power of the temple to protect himself. Even if the great emperors came, they couldn't do anything to him unless they destroyed the flowing time temple. He had said this to Yang Kai before. And in fact it was true. But after a short while, a young man appeared in front of him out of thin air. The young man bent down, stretched out his hand, penetrated the light curtain, and pinched the endless hourglass. How could the Wind Monarch not be shocked? Such a situation was even more frightening than if a great emperor had come in person. The great emperor was here. Even if he was very powerful, he would at least be able to see some clues when he acted. However, the young man's hand did not have the slightest bit of aura. He could not see how the young man did it at all. His mind was in a trance. His left hand became light, and the endless hourglass in his hand disappeared. When he looked up again, the young man had straightened his body. The endless hourglass had appeared in his hand, and he was looking at it with interest. In an instant, the Wind Monarch was horrified and broke out in a cold sweat. He only felt that the blood in his body had become cold. This is the endless hourglass. The young man played with it for a while, curled his lips, and threw the hourglass behind him, as if he was throwing a piece of trash. Then the young man's expression changed. In a split second, his gentle expression turned into a ferocious one. He kicked the Wind Monarch in the chest and cursed, "It's you, the bastard, who disturbed my cultivation. Don't you know that there is a master here? Did you ask for my permission when you came in? How dare you come in without my permission? Bastard, I'll step on you to death." The young man scolded and kicked the Wind Monarch mercilessly. The Wind Monarch was stunned. He was already an arrow at the end of its flight. He forced himself to activate the power of the flowing time temple to protect himself. But the young man ignored the existence of the light curtain. He was trampled to the ground by the fierce kicks. A dignified fake emperor, at this moment, was like a hooligan who lost a street fight. He hugged his head and curled up on the ground, protecting his vital parts. He let the young man's big feet hit him constantly. Soon he spat out blood and was covered with footprints. Embarrassed was not enough to describe the Wind Monarch's current state. The grief and indignation in his heart were indescribable. The sullen anger in his heart turned into a question. Who is this young man? He had been here for 100 years, recovering from his injuries and refining the endless hourglass. But he did not notice that there was someone else here. Moreover, the young man had just said something about returning the endless hourglass to its rightful owner, as if the endless hourglass belonged to him. However, the endless hourglass was clearly a relic left behind by the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor. How could it belong to him? Yongkai was also a little confused. The young man suddenly appeared, took away the endless hourglass, and kicked the Wind Monarch. All of this happened in a flash. Before he could react, a young girl appeared in front of him. As soon as the young girl appeared, she grabbed the endless hourglass that the young man had thrown. It seemed that the young man knew that the young girl would appear here, so he threw the hourglass in her direction. Although the two did not communicate at all, this simple matter showed that the two of them had a tacit understanding. However, when their eyes met, Yongkai could not help but be a little dazed. The young girl's eyes were filled with tears. She pursed her red lips and looked at him, as if she was holding back her tears. What made Yongkai dazed was not her expression at this moment, but her face. She was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before, but when he thought about it carefully, he could not remember. However, what was certain was that the young girl did not have any hostility towards him. Instead, she gave Yongkai a natural sense of intimacy. It was as if the person standing in front of him was not a young girl he had never met before, but a family member. Zhui Feng cried out and charged at the young girl. He did not know the situation. When he saw the young girl suddenly appear, he thought that she was going to harm Yongkai, so he naturally loyally protected him. "Stand down!" Yongkai held his chest and shouted in a low voice. Zhui Feng understood human language and immediately stopped. He looked at Yongkai and then at the young girl. He obediently stood beside Yongkai, not too far away, in case something unexpected happened. "You are." Yongkai carefully looked at the young girl again. He was even more certain that he had seen her somewhere before, but he just could not remember. However, this kind of thing should be clear after asking. The young girl opened her mouth, but before she could say anything, she began to cry. Her tears flowed down uncontrollably, like a broken string of pearls. Her shoulders trembled as she covered her mouth with her small hands, trying her best not to cry out loud. But how could she bear it? The more she choked up, the more she cried. Her tears gathered into a stream and dripped down her small chin. Yang Kai did not know whether to laugh or cry. He opened his mouth and said, "If you want to cry, just cry. You'll be fine once you vent it out." Hearing this, the young girl could not help but cry out loud. While crying, she said, "Big brother." Yang Kai blinked, subconsciously thinking that he should have misheard, or the young girl called him by the wrong name. In this world, there was a person who should call him Big Brother, and that person should also be in this flowing time temple. But that little girl was only a few years old when she came in. How long has it been since then? No matter what, it was impossible for her to grow up to be so slender and elegant. But when this thought passed through his mind, Yang Kai's expression could not help but shake. He carefully looked at the young girl's face. Vaguely, he seemed to see traces of his parents. That petite nose was carved from the same mold as his mother's, and that pair of black eyebrows was 70% similar to his mother's. It could even be said that the young girl's face was similar to his own. Yang Kai's pupil shrank. He swallowed his saliva and said in disbelief, "Schwer." The young girl nodded, tears splashing, and said in a trembling voice, "Yes, it's Schwer, it's Schwer. Woo, Big Brother." Being recognized by Yang Kai, the young girl was so excited that she could not make a sound. She walked forward and half knelt in front of Yang Kai. She wanted to hug Yang Kai, but seeing that Yang Kai was not in a good state, she held back. She just held her hands on Yang Kai's cheeks and whispered, "Big brother, I missed you so much. I miss father and mother." Feeling the warmth of the young girl's hands, Yang Kai fell into a trance again, feeling as if he was in a dream. How old was Yang Shui when she entered the Four Seasons realm? It had only been a few years. At most, the little girl was 10 years old this year. 10 years old, she was still a child. But how could the young girl in front of him be only 10 years old? Chapter 3655. But the way she called him Big Brother tugged at his heartstrings. In the past, every time Yang Kai came back and went to visit his parents, the little girl would always call him that. Her crisp voice made him happy. The feeling couldn't be wrong. The girl in front of him had the same bloodline as him. This kind of connection between close relatives couldn't be faked by anyone. Therefore, Yang Kai could be sure that the girl in front of him was his only sister, who would pester him every time he came back. Every time he left, she would cry and send him off. Every time he left, she would stare at his back reluctantly. "Yang Shui." Yang Kai laughed, which affected his wounds. His laughter was uglier than crying. He said in surprise, "How did you?" He wanted to ask her how she suddenly grew so big, but then he remembered Feng Jun's situation. He and Feng Jun entered the Flowing Time Temple at the same time. But when he arrived here, Feng Jun had already been waiting here for 100 years. In 100 years, his injuries had healed, and he had refined the endless hourglass. Feng Jun's situation could only mean that the rules of time flowing in the Flowing Time Temple were different from the outside world. Maybe it was the power of the Flowing Time Temple itself, or maybe it was the result of the restrictive spell. If Feng Jun was like this, then how many years had Yang Xiao and Yang Shui spent here, since they entered a few years ago? So Yang Kai changed the topic and asked, "How old are you this year?" Yang Shui choked with sobs and said, "I don't know. We have cultivated here for 500 years. 500 years. Yang Kai was speechless. No wonder the little girl suddenly became a big girl. No wonder the little girl cried as soon as she saw him. 500 years was enough for her to grow up. As a child, she left home and cultivated in solitude for 500 years. How could Yang Shui hold back her tears when she suddenly saw her close relative? Although Yang Kai was always on the move, and occasionally took a long time to return home, the longest was only 20 to 30 years. What did 500 years mean? He had cultivated for only 100 years. "Don't cry." Yang Kai raised his hand and wiped the tears on Yang Shui's face. But he couldn't wipe them all away. One after another fell. "You're 500 years old. Why are you still like a child?" As he spoke, He suddenly made a face at her. It was a game that the little girl often played when she was a child. It always made her laugh. Yang Shui laughed. And laughed. I'm not a child. She looked at Yang's face and snow-white hair. Yang. Yang Kai rubbed her head and diverted her attention. You've grown up like this. Is that shower over there? While speaking, he pointed to the other side. When the boy appeared, Yang Kai naturally saw him. At that time, he didn't feel anything special. He was just a little surprised that there was an outsider in the flowing time temple. But he was in a bad situation and didn't care about this variable. What's more, the boy appeared to deal with the Wind Monarch. He was happy to see it. Now that Yang Shui's identity was confirmed, it was obvious who the boy was. Yang Xiao was a white dragon. He was born with a head of white hair. This characteristic wouldn't change for the rest of his life. Yang Shui didn't turn her head. She just looked at her brother and nodded. Yes, it's shower. Yang Kai chuckled. You've grown up. Suddenly he remembered something. His face twitched slightly and he snorted. On the opposite side, Yang Xiao punched and kicked the Wind Monarch, making him vomit blood and fall to the ground. He was a dignified fake emperor. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? He wanted to resist, but he couldn't. The battle with Yang Kai had exhausted all his strength. The endless hourglass was also taken away. Not to mention Yang Xiao. Even a Dao Source Realm cultivator could easily beat him. Yang Xiao beat him fiercely, but he didn't kill him. So, although the Wind Monarch was in a difficult situation, his life wasn't in danger. After finishing a set of roguish battle techniques, Yang Xiao turned around and cupped his hands to Yang Kai with a solemn expression. This child greets father. To be able to see father again in the temple, this child is overjoyed. Yang Kai was relieved and nodded repeatedly. Good child, come over here and let me take a good look at you. Yang Xiao blinked and hesitantly responded, yes. While speaking, he stepped towards Yang Kai. When he got closer, Yang Xiao bowed again. Father, please tell me what you want. Xiao, is not the same as before. I will not disappoint father. Yang Kai looked him up and down with a gratified expression. He nodded repeatedly. Good, very good. You've really grown up. It's good that you're fine. Although Yang Kai had always been certain that these two little babies entering the Flowing Time Temple was an opportunity, it was still related to the Flowing Time Great Emperor's inheritance. So Yang Kai had been somewhat worried. Seeing them safe and sound, seeing them grow up into adults, Yang Kai felt like a big stone had been lifted from his heart. Finally, he could answer to the two elders of the dragon race and his parents. It was a simple sentence, but it made Yang Zhao's eyes redden. He seemed to be touched and affectionately called out, Father. Although he was a member of the dragon race, he was hatched by Yang Kai and then left the dragon island with Yang Kai. It could be said that compared to his real parents, this father in front of him gave him a closer feeling. Come closer. Yang Kai leaned against the wall and waved at him. His voice was weak. Yang Xiao took a few steps closer, bent down, and moved his head closer. Caught off guard, Yang Kai slapped him on the forehead. Yang Xiao was hit and staggered a step back. He covered his head with his hand and looked aggrieved. Father, why did you hit me? Yang Kai snorted coldly. What do you think? Yang Xiao rolled his eyes and grinned. Father must think that I am not good at cultivation, and slapped me on the forehead as a warning. I will remember this. I will work hard in the future and won't let you down. As for why Kai Yang had hit him, he was naturally very clear. Before he had appeared, he had cursed out which bastard. Although it had been unintentional, it had still included Kai Yang. As a son cursing his father, how could that be? That was why he went to find trouble with the Wind Monarch as soon as he showed up. That was why he hesitated when Yang Kai called him over. That was why Yang Kai hit him now. With Yang Kai's current state, how could he hit Yang Xiao? Yang Xiao did not dodge. This slap could be considered a lesson for the time being, and the matter was over. Yang Xiao naturally understood this layer of thinking. After being slapped, he smiled cheekily, but his heart was much more relaxed. Yang Xiao asked, Father, how did you come in? Old Popper said that other than him, no one else would come to this place. That old guy is too unreliable. Alright, who is that guy over there? He looks very powerful. He only spat out a few mouthfuls of blood after being beaten up by me. TSK, such cultivation, such a physique. Shut up. Yang Shui suddenly glared at him. Yang Xiao immediately shut up. He reached out and pulled his mouth from left to right, as if he was sewing his mouth with an invisible force. Big brother, let me help you heal first. Yang Shui supported Yang Kai and helped him sit up straight. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. After being interrupted by Yang Xiao, she stopped crying, but her eyes were swollen like peaches. Yang Kai smiled and waved his hand. My injuries are fine. I don't need your help. His injuries weren't ordinary injuries. His lifespan had been taken away. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to help him. If he wanted to live, he had to save himself. He had to make a breakthrough in his cultivation. This way, his lifespan would be increased. Or he could go and find some treasures that could increase his lifespan. With the High Heaven Palace's current strength, it wasn't difficult to find these things. However, there was a limit to how much these treasures could increase one's lifespan. What Yang Kai needed to do was to break through to the level of a pseudo-emperor within this limited lifespan. Yang Shui said, "Don't worry, big brother. I can heal your injuries." Yang Kai was stunned. However, seeing that she had a card up her sleeve, he didn't want to disappoint her. He immediately nodded and said, "All right, let me see what you've been cultivating for the past 500 years. Yang Shui pursed her lips and smiled. "I won't let you down, big brother." Saying so, she sat cross-legged in front of Yang Kai. She held the endless hourglass in her left hand and made a series of hand seals with her right hand. As she changed her hand seals, her emperor chi surged. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. First Order Emperor Realm. In 500 years, Yang Shui had cultivated to the First Order Emperor Realm. It wasn't too fast and couldn't be compared to his cultivation speed, but compared to most people in the Emperor Realm, it was already a blessing from the heavens. But in the next moment, Yang Kai's face turned cold. It was because Yang Shui was emitting a very familiar principal strength. Under the influence of this principal strength, his perception became extremely fuzzy. Time principles? Yang Kai's eyes widened. If this kind of principal strength appeared on Yang Xiao, he wouldn't be so surprised. In the past, Yang Xiao had some special performances, and it was because of those performances that Qiongqi took the initiative to bring him into the Four Seasons realm and let him receive the inheritance and mantle of the flowing time Great Emperor, Great Emperors. However, Yang Shui also cultivated the time principles, and from the looks of it, her attainments in the time principles were extremely good, which shocked Yang Kai. How could the time principles be cultivated by just anyone? This was an existence on par with the space principles, and to a certain extent, the time principles were more difficult to cultivate than the space principles. Yang Zhao's time principles were inherited, but what about Yang Shui's time principles? But no matter what the reason was, in the past 500 years, these two children must have had their own opportunities in this flowing time temple. This was something that others couldn't ask for, nor could they envy. Yang Kai suddenly felt a little lost, but it wasn't because the little girl had suddenly grown up and made progress in her cultivation. It was just that as her big brother, he didn't seem to have fulfilled his responsibility to take care of and protect his little sister. Even in Yang Shui's childhood, there were very few memories of him. In the blink of an eye, the little girl had become a big girl, and she could heal and take care of him. Chapter 3656. When Yang Xiao first appeared and took the endless hourglass from the Wind Monarch, the connection between the Wind Monarch and Yang Kai was cut off. However, when Yang Shui activated her spell, this layer of connection was reconnected. It couldn't be seen or touched, but it could be sensed clearly. It was as if his life depended on the endless hourglass. Yang Shui didn't flip the hourglass like the Wind Monarch. Instead, she pointed at the hourglass. In an instant, 10,008 grains of the flowing time Great Emperor's divine sand rolled and danced in the air. They broke through the restrictions of the hourglass and turned into a small sand current, spinning above Yang Kai's head. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. This meant that Yang Shui could activate the power of the Great Emperor's treasure. But he didn't see any trace of young Shui refining the hourglass. How did she do it? What's more, the hourglass had always been in the Wind Monarch's hands. The Wind Monarch had refined it here for 100 years before he could activate the power of the hourglass. But it was still limited. But young Shui was much stronger than the Wind Monarch. The small sand current turned 3 times and poured into the top of Yang Kai's head. It was as if they were invisible and poured into his body. Yang Kai's body shook, then he was overjoyed. Because when the 10,008 grains of the flowing time Great Emperor's divine sand rushed into the top of his head, he clearly felt his lost lifespan quickly returning. He raised his hand. His withered skin recovered its luster at a speed visible to the naked eye. His flesh and blood gradually became plump. This was a change visible to the naked eye. What was invisible to the naked eye was that his body gained some strength out of nowhere. His declining qi and blood were recovering. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. He spent a lot of effort and almost died together with the Wind Monarch. At that time, he didn't think too much. He just felt that the endless hourglass couldn't be taken out by the Wind Monarch. Even if he died here, he wouldn't hesitate. But afterward, he was really a little scared. It wasn't that he was afraid of death. But after he died, what would happen to the sealed world bead? What would happen to the demon territory? What would happen to the billions of creatures in the star boundary? And his family and friends, so he was afraid. But now, the lost lifespan was returned to him by the flowing time Great Emperor's divine sand. He no longer had to worry about his death. With his lifespan restored, Yang Kai's injury star boundary was much better. He was no longer in a state of exhaustion. He was full of energy. Yang Shui's expression was extremely serious, and some small beads of sweat had appeared on her forehead. Obviously, this was not a small burden on her. After a stick of incense worth of time, her body began to tremble slightly, and her face became extremely pale. Only then did she suddenly change her hand seals. Yang Kai only felt an itch all over his body as tiny grains of sand flew out from his pores. Looking at them carefully, what else could they be but flowing time divine sand? With Yang Shui's guidance, 10,008 grains of the flowing time Great Emperor's divine sand returned to the hourglass. Yang Shui took a few deep breaths. She waved her hand in front of Yang Kai like she was performing a magic trick. Immediately, a mirror appeared, reflecting Yang Kai's current appearance. She smiled and said, "Big brother, look at your current appearance. Are you satisfied with it?" Yang Kai fixed his eyes on it and examined it carefully. There were some changes in his face, but they were negligible. At most he was 5 or 6 years older. However, his hair was a little white, adding a sense of vicissitudes. Yang Shui sighed. "This is the best I can do now. In the future, when Xiao and I completely refine the endless hourglass, we can get back all the lifespan you lost." Good. Yang Kai was already very satisfied. He was originally in a state where he was about to die of old age. Now that he had recovered to his prime, how could he not be satisfied? Yang Shui's methods caused him to be extremely shocked. However, he knew in his heart that this wasn't Yang Shui's method, but the endless hourglass. A treasure left behind by a great emperor. Its power was truly unfathomable. Previously, the Wind Monarch had only unleashed a drop in the ocean of this treasure's power. After saying that, he asked again, "How many years of lifespan did I lose?" Yang Shui's eyes turned red again. She said softly, "A few hundred years." Her face was full of self-blame. If she worked harder, she might be able to get back all of her big brother's lifespan. She only regretted that her cultivation was not enough, and that she could not refine it. Yang Kai laughed and patted her head. "A few hundred years is just right. How can a big brother be younger than his little sister?" As he spoke, he was about to stand up. "Big brother, don't be in a hurry to move. You should first check yourself to see if there are any hidden dangers." Yang Shui held him down and turned to look at the Wind Monarch, who was curled up on the ground like a dead dog. Her phoenix eyes narrowed and flashed with murderous intent. "Leave this person to me and shower." It was the first time Yang Kai had seen the little girl so murderous. When she was only a few years old, even if she was annoyed, she would only pretend to be fierce and cute. Now that she had suddenly grown up and revealed her murderous intent, Yang Kai was really not used to it. However, she was his little sister after all. He liked her no matter how he looked at her. Hearing this, he smiled and said, "Okay, but don't kill him. Keeping him alive is still useful." Yang Shui looked back at him and smiled. "Don't worry. If Shuer wants him to live, he can't die even if he wants to." After saying this, she looked up at Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao grinned. "I'll do whatever little aunt says." Clenching his fists, he walked toward the Wind Monarch amidst the crackling sounds. The Wind Monarch's body and mind were cold, and his hands and feet were cold. Although he was not in good condition, at least his hearing was still there. The conversation between Yang Kai, Yang Shui, and Yang Xiao had entered his ears. How could he not know that the boy and girl who suddenly appeared were Yang Kai's people? This was really a case of when it rains, it pours. The ship was late and met with a headwind. He was already an arrow at the end of its flight. The endless hourglass had been taken away, the shrine guardian was gone, and the enemy had two fierce characters. What chance did he have of winning? He was also traumatized by Yang Xiao's beating just now. Therefore, when he noticed that Yang Xiao was walking toward him with a malicious look, the Wind Monarch hurriedly said, "I would rather die than be humiliated. Give me a quick death. I will wait for you on the road to hell." Yang Xiao grinned. "You trash. Didn't you hear what my little aunt said? If she wants you to live, you can't die even if you want to." He bent down and raised his hand, lifting the Wind Monarch up like a dead dog. On the other side, Yang Shui didn't even look back. She pointed her finger, and a dark light shot out from her fingertip and hit the Wind Monarch. The Wind Monarch's expression changed instinctively. He thought that the other party was going to kill him. However, he soon calmed down. Falling into the enemy's hands, dying a quick death was better than being tortured. But when the dark light entered the Wind Monarch's body, he was surprised, because there was dark energy hidden in the light. Not only did it not cause any harm, but it was also very beneficial to him. The Wind Monarch could clearly feel that his injuries were recovering quickly. The wounds caused by Yang Xiao were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Some strength was gradually growing in his body, but it was not enough to break free from Yang Xiao's grasp. He struggled a few times, but it was to no avail. Yang Xiao grinned at him. "A good show is about to begin. Please enjoy it." As he finished speaking, he raised his hand and smashed the Wind Monarch to the ground. Yang Xiao was a dragon race and was born with great strength. He had cultivated in the Flowing Time Temple for 500 years and obtained the legacy of the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. His strength could already be considered as a strong master. When he smashed the Wind Monarch, there was a rumbling sound. The Wind Monarch fell to the ground and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. His body arched. Yang Xiao rushed forward. His fists turned into shadows and smashed on the Wind Monarch's body. He did not use too much strength. He only activated a little bit of his physical strength. Every punch caused the Wind Monarch great pain, but it did not harm his life. After a while, the Wind Monarch was beaten like a dead dog. He was only breathing out air. Fortunately, he was a fake emperor and had a strong vitality. Otherwise, he would have been beaten to death by Yang Xiao. But then again, Yang Xiao wanted to keep him at the edge of life and death. If he really died, there would be no way for him to avenge his father and little aunt. When Yang Xiao stopped, Yang Shui flicked another dark light into the Wind Monarch's body. Just like before, the Wind Monarch's injuries improved and his strength recovered. For a moment he was a little shocked. Again, Yang Xiao yelled and pounced on Yi Shiwen. Another round of punches. Yang Kai was also amazed. 2 times. Yang Shui had only shot out a dark light, and the Wind Monarch had such obvious changes. With his eyesight, he could not see the mystery behind it. He could not help but frown and ask, "Is it a healing technique?" Yang Shui had been staring at her big brother without blinking, as if she could not get enough of him. Hearing this, she smiled and said, "It's not healing, but it has a healing effect." "Then what is it?" "Time reversal." Yang Shui saw that Yang Kai was interested and immediately explained with enthusiasm. Back then, Uncle Cheongqi wanted to take Xiao to the Four Seasons realm. He said that Xiao was born with extraordinary talent and was a good candidate to cultivate the law of time. He came here to accept the inheritance of the great emperors. At that time, I was still young, and at the age where I wanted to play, so I wanted to go with Xiao Er. Uncle Cheongqi could not persuade me, and could only agree. Sister Lu Yan also accompanied me to protect me, so we came here together. After explaining the past, Yang Shui continued. Xiao Er was indeed gifted, and was the best candidate to cultivate the inheritance of the great emperors. But he could not control his temper. It just so happened that I was there, so we often played here together. Later, after a long time, I began to miss my parents and you, so I clamored to go back. However, it was easy to enter the Four Seasons realm, but difficult to leave, so I was trapped here. Sister Lu Yan taught me how to cultivate, and it was peaceful for a while. My cultivation gradually entered a good state, so I discussed our cultivation with Xiao Er. Then I found that what he cultivated was very simple for me. Uncle Cheongqi was also surprised when he learned about it. After several tests, he found that I could also cultivate the inheritance of the great emperors. So from that time on, I studied the law of time with Xiao Er until today. However, Xiao Er and I have different research directions. Xiao Er cultivates the future, while I cultivate the past. While speaking, Yang Shui raised her hand again, and pointed at the Wind Monarch. The Wind Monarch had just been ravaged by Yang Xiao, so with this finger, he recovered a lot. Yang Shui said with a smile, "That's it. To a certain extent, I can turn back time. His current state is the state he was in after his battle with you, big brother." Chapter 3657. The past was the past, the future was the present, and the past was the universe. The legacy of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor was divided into two. Yang Xiao and Yang Shui each comprehended one, and each had their own good fortune. They could both be considered as the disciples of the flowing time great emperor of the great emperors of the great emperors. Because Yang Shui cultivated the power of the past, she could turn back time to a certain extent. Just like the technique she used on the Wind Lord, and just like the technique she used on Yang Kai before. Using the power of the endless hourglass, Yang Shui restored Yang Kai's lost lifespan. Wasn't this also a form of turning back time? Using the power of the hourglass, Yang Shui was able to turn back the Wind Lord's body condition to a certain period of time. Seeing the shock in Yang Kai's eyes, the little girl chuckled. Although this technique isn't weak, it has its limits. With my power, I can't bring someone back from the dead. I can't even do anything about some fatal injuries. She seemed to have seen through Yang Kai's thoughts, so she said this. Yang Kai nodded. When he heard that she could turn back time, Yang Kai's first thought was to bring the dead back to life. If the law of time was really so powerful, once someone died in front of Yang Shui, wouldn't she be able to bring the dead back to life? If that was the case, then this power would be too precious. However, after hearing Yang Shui's words, he realized that this was a fantasy. If the law of time was really so heaven-defying, then the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor wouldn't have fallen. He, who truly controlled the law of time, should have lived as long as the heavens and the earth. A cultivator cultivated against the heavens, but he had to follow the heavens. Interfering with life and death was beyond the scope of a cultivator's ability. Yang Shui continued. Because we cultivated the inheritance of the great emperors, Xiao Er and I can control this thing. She was obviously referring to the endless hourglass in her hand. When Yang Xiao appeared, he took the endless hourglass from the Wind Lord's hand like a snail. Yang Shui directly activated the power of the endless hourglass, without any trace of sacrificial refining. All of this was related to their cultivation, in the past few hundred years. They cultivated the orthodox inheritance of the flowing time great emperor of the great emperors. The endless hourglass was the original treasure of the flowing time great emperor of the great emperors. It was originally left here for their inheritors, so they naturally could use it easily. This was something that the Wind Lord couldn't compare to. Even if the Wind Lord spent 100 years to refine it, he still wouldn't be able to match up to it. Speaking of the endless hourglass, a trace of guilt appeared on Yang Shui's face. Xiao and I had long known that there was such an item in the shrine. However, Uncle Cheongqi had said that we had to wait until our cultivation had reached a certain level before going to retrieve the treasure. Who knew that it would cause Big Brother to suffer? It's not your fault. I deserve this. Yang Kai waved his hand. Previously, he blamed Cheongqi in his heart for not taking the inheritance of the great emperors and letting outsiders take advantage of it. He also suffered a great loss in front of this treasure. However, now it seemed that Cheongqi's actions weren't unreasonable. The endless hourglass was the inheritance of the great emperors. Although it was left for the fated ones, if they touched this thing too early, it wouldn't be good for Yang Xiao and Yang Shue's cultivation. Only when they had a solid foundation could they use this treasure as they wished. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to cultivate well and would lose themselves in front of the treasure's power, which would then affect their cultivation. Yang Shui frowned and looked back at the Wind Monarch who was being brutally beaten by Yang Xiao. Puzzled, she asked, "Big Brother, do you know how this person entered the shrine and refined this treasure?" Logically speaking, the Flowing Time Temple had been closed for a long time. Unless they opened it from the inside, no one could open the entrance to the shrine. But now, not only did someone open the shrine, but they also took the endless hourglass and refined it. This made Yang Shui a little confused. If it was just refining the endless hourglass, it wouldn't be a big deal. But after the battle between the Wind Monarch and Yang Kai, the Wind Monarch was forced to urge the power of the hourglass to stimulate the power of the shrine's protection. Under the Wind Monarch's fierce attack, the entire Flowing Time Temple was shaken. This awakened Yang Xiao and Yang Shui from their cultivation. Otherwise, the two of them wouldn't have known that so many things had happened inside the shrine. However, it was also thanks to the Wind Monarch's actions. Otherwise, Yang Kai would really have to hide in the small sealed world bead to survive. Yang Kai sighed and briefly recounted his encounter with the Wind Monarch and Emotian Dao, focusing on the existence of the remains of the great emperors. Yang Shui frowned when she heard this. She then raised her hand and made a grasping motion in the air. A behemoth suddenly appeared in front of them. It was a ferocious beast with a terrifying aura. Who else could it be but that old bastard Cheongqi? However, this guy was still in a deep sleep, just like when Yang Kai found him. His snores were deafening. Yang Shui explained, "When Xiao and I cultivated the time principles, the Flowing Time Temple would be affected. Occasionally, there would be a space-time distortion, so Uncle Cheongqi asked Xiao and I to place a seal on him and Sister Lu Yan. That way, they wouldn't be able to sense the passage of time." After all, the two little girls had been cultivating here for hundreds of years, and Cheongqi and Lu Yan had nothing to do here, so waiting around was quite boring. After being sealed, they would be able to dream for 1,000 years, which was much better than waiting idly. This was also why Yang Kai couldn't wake up Lu Yan and Cheongqi before. Yang Shui stretched out a white jade finger and gently pressed it on Cheongqi's big forehead. She shouted softly, "Release!" As her jade hand pressed down, there seemed to be a sound of something breaking. Yang Shui stopped and waited. After a few breaths, Cheongqi's snores gradually stopped. His eyelids trembled a few times, and then his eyes slowly opened. A fierce aura instantly swept in all directions. After sleeping for hundreds of years, Cheongqi was obviously still in a daze, but after his vision slowly focused, he saw Yang Shui and Yang Kai. He couldn't help but be startled. His huge body twisted and changed, turning into a fierce-looking guy. If someone who didn't know him saw him, they would definitely think that this guy was not a good person. But then again, Cheongqi was not a good person. How could the name of the ancient divine spirit be a rumor? "Greetings, young master. Why is young master here?" Cheongqi looked fierce, but his words were polite. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Don't mention young master anymore." When Cheongqi was being chased by Li Wui and Jiufeng from Spirit Beast Island, he happened to meet Yang Kai outside the Skywolf Valley in the Eastern Territory. He wanted to use Yang Kai's name to get rid of his crisis. After some words, he became Yang Kai's young master. Of course, it was because he was seeking protection, But it was also because Yang Kai had cultivated the Flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttle seal. But now it seemed that this title had to be changed. After all, it was not Yang Kai who had inherited the mantle of the Great Emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor, but Yang Xiao and Yang Shui. Qiongqi also understood. After pondering for a while, he changed his title and said, "Why is Old Master here?" He was promoted from Young Master to Old Master in an instant. Yang Kai was speechless. But thinking about it carefully, the Flowing Time Great Emperor was the only master of the old Qiong. Since Yang Shui and Yang Xiao had become the disciples of the great emperors, then they were his young masters. Yang Kai was Yang Zhao's adoptive father and Yang Shui's elder brother. It was not wrong to call him Old Master. Not wanting to dwell on this, Yang Kai said, "Let Shui tell you." Although most of his lifespan had returned to his body, the fierce battle had exhausted him. He would not be able to recover without 10 days to half a month of rest. Yang Shui knew about her elder brother's situation, so she immediately told him everything. Hearing that the guy called Feng Jun had actually held the remains of the great emperors, laid down a great formation, and urged the power of the remains to summon the Flowing Time Temple. After being destroyed by Yang Kai, he used the remains to break through the void and escape into the temple. After obtaining the endless hourglasses, Qiongqi could not help but frown. The process of the matter was not complicated. Yang Shui explained it clearly in a few words. If there was anything that Yang Kai did not understand, he would add on. After that, Yang Shui said, "Uncle Qiongqi, Shui wants to know why Master's remains are wandering outside. And where is his tomb?" The Flowing Time Great Emperors had already fallen. This was known to all. Everyone thought that the tomb of the great emperors was in the Flowing Time Temple. But only Qiongqi, Yang Xiao, and Yang Shui knew that there was no tomb of the great emperors in the temple. There was only the inheritance of the great emperors in the temple. As the disciple of the great emperors, Yang Shui now had the responsibility and obligation to understand this. If not for other reasons, at the very least, she and Yang Xiao had to pay tribute to the legacy of the great emperors. Hearing this, Qiongqi slowly shook his head. "The old master does not have a tomb." Yang Kai frowned. "What do you mean?" Yang Shui also looked at him inquiringly. If there was no tomb, then where did the Wind Lord get the remains of the great emperors? He couldn't have just picked them up from the roadside, right? Qiongqi said in a deep voice. "I didn't want to tell you this so early, but since we've come to this point, it's useless to hide it." After a pause, Qiongqi continued. "Back then, the old master was a genius and broke through the law of time. It only took him 1,000 years to prove the great Tao, gain the recognition of this world, and become the great emperors. When the old master was still alive, he could be said to be in the limelight and invincible in the world. Invincibility is the loneliest." The old master focused on cultivation, had no partner, and had no children. Together with me, he stayed in the Flowing Time Temple. After a few thousand years, the old master suddenly came out of the secret room and told me that he had comprehended the Tao of mystery from outside the universe, and that he was going to travel the universe. He ordered me to guard the temple and wait for his return. The old Qiong naturally obeyed the old master's order and stayed in the temple. After a few hundred years. At this point, Qiongqi's frown deepened, and his pair of fierce eyes flashed with some fear, which surprised Yang Shui and Yang Kai, who had been paying attention to him. Qiongqi was the ancient divine spirit, and had accompanied the great emperors of the Flowing Time Temple for countless years. What in this world could make him afraid? Even if there were other great emperors in front of him, he would not show such an expression. But in fact, there was a trace of fear in the old Qiong's eyes, and even his voice trembled slightly. After a few hundred years, one day, the endless hourglass suddenly broke through the sky and returned to the temple. There was a remnant of the old master in the hourglass. The remnant of the old master was unclear, but the meaning behind it could not be clearer. There was great danger outside the universe, and the old master had fallen. As soon as these words were spoken, Kai Yang felt a chill run down his spine. His whole body went cold and goosebumps covered his entire body. Chapter 3658. Since ancient times, there had not been many great emperors in the star boundary. Due to the limited capacity of the bottle of heaven and earth, there would never be more than 10 great emperors coexisting at the same time. After all, the astral plane had a long history. Over the course of countless years, one era would be annihilated and another would rise. When the previous era ended, a new one would take over. However, among the generations of great emperors, only 2 great emperors were far stronger than others. One was the heaven-devouring great emperor Wukong, who had killed 4 great emperors in succession in the Battle of Emperors in the Shattered Star Sea, and the other was the Flowing Time Great Emperor, who controlled the great emperors of time. Wukong was not dead, he was still alive. His soul had entered Duan Hongchen's body, and the 2 souls had merged into one body. Right now nobody knew where he was, free and unfettered, but the souls of the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor had already dispersed and scattered. In terms of time, the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor proved their Tao far before Wukong. There was a saying in the star boundary that if the Flowing Time Great Emperor and the great emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor were in the same era, these 2 would definitely have a fierce battle. No one could judge who was stronger and who was weaker. However, it was precisely such an existence who comprehended the Tao of profound mysteries outside the universe, while in seclusion. After roaming the universe for a few hundred years, he perished and his Tao vanished. Only his natal treasure, the endless hourglass, tore through space and returned. What dangers were there outside of the universe? Even the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor couldn't withstand it? In the universe, there were 3,000 boundless worlds. The star boundary was one of the worlds in this universe. The demon territory was also one of the worlds in this universe. Where did the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor go when they roamed the universe? What did he encounter? No one knew, not even Qiongqi. After the endless hourglass returned, Qiongqi was unable to suppress his grief. He wanted to come out of seclusion to avenge his old master. But he didn't even know who the enemy was or where they were. How could he take revenge? He could only bitterly guard the Flowing Time Temple, waiting for the right person to appear and pass down the mantle of the great emperors. Only in this way could he live up to the old master's wishes before he left. At this point, Qiongqi's expression was somewhat guilty. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked at him. "Old Qiong, you're not kind." Yang Shui was extremely intelligent. How could she not guess what Qiongqi was feeling guilty about? Naturally, she also understood the meaning of Yang Kai's words. After obtaining the inheritance of the Flowing Time Great Emperor, they had become the disciples of the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. It was reasonable for them to shoulder their master's revenge. That was why Yang Kai said that old Qiong was not kind. He smiled slightly and said, "Shui and Xiao were able to obtain the mantle of the master. This is both an opportunity and a blessing. The master's matter is our matter as disciples. Big brother, you don't have to be like this." Yang Kai frowned. On second thought, the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor had fallen outside of the universe. Now, although Yang Shui and Yang Xiao had obtained the inheritance of the great emperors, if they wanted to avenge the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor, they would need to cultivate for many years. At the very least, they would need to have the ability to travel the universe like the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. Who knew how long that would take, so it was meaningless to dwell on this now. And then, Yang Shui looked at Qiongqi. Qiongqi shook his head. "There is no later. I thought that the old master had fallen outside of the universe. When the endless hourglass returned, I also went out of the Flowing Time Temple to investigate, but I found nothing. Now, it seems that the old master's remains have returned to the star boundary, but this old servant didn't investigate thoroughly. If that wasn't the case, then where did the Wind Monarch obtain the remains of the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor?" While speaking, Qiongqi turned his head to look at the Wind Monarch. Yang Shui also looked over. The task of finding the remains of the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor would fall on the Wind Monarch. While Yang Shui, Yang Kai, and Qiongqi were talking, her hands weren't idle. From time to time, she would turn back time, so that the Wind Monarch wouldn't be injured too badly and die immediately. For the Wind Monarch, this was simply torture worse than death. Although Yang Xiao didn't use his full strength, his control was just right. Every time he was beaten to the brink of death, a mysterious light would shoot out from the girl's hand, and an invisible force would pull him back from the brink of death. Then he would be beaten up by Yang Xiao. The Wind Monarch had cultivated for so many years, but he had never thought that there could be such a vicious method of torture in this world. He had been on the brink of death for so many times, and the great fear and panic of death had completely swallowed him up. This was truly a situation where he couldn't live or die. Although he was a fake emperor, he couldn't maintain his original heart. At this moment, his body was shivering like a quail in the cold winter, and his eyes were full of terror as he looked at Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao naturally heard their conversation. At this moment, he reached out to grab the Wind Monarch's collar, pulled him up to his face, and glared at him fiercely. "Answer whatever I ask you. If you don't tell me the truth, I will cut open your abdomen and take out your heart, liver, spleen, and lungs one by one. Then I will soak them in wine and let you eat them. You have seen my aunt's methods. Believe me, even if she takes out all your internal organs, she can still keep you alive. You can live for thousands of years, even tens of thousands of years." The Wind Monarch's face was swollen like a pig's head, and his body was covered with big footprints. When Yang Xiao was talking, he couldn't help but think of the scene where his internal organs were eaten. He immediately shivered and nodded weakly. So what if the Wind Monarch was a fake emperor? When the unbearable torture broke through the psychological defense, the fake emperor's performance wouldn't be any better. "Where did you get that skeleton?" Yang Xiao didn't waste time and went straight to the point. The Wind Monarch opened his mouth and spat out 2 words. Although his voice was soft, everyone in the hall heard it clearly. He said the 2 words Eastern Sea. The Eastern Sea was vast, and islands were scattered all over the place. There were quite a few spiritual islands, and the most famous ones were the Dragon Island and the Spirit Beast Island. However, this didn't mean that there weren't any spiritual islands and sects in the Eastern Sea. On the contrary, there were quite a few spiritual islands and sects that depended on them. It was just that their sharpness was overshadowed by the Dragon Island and the Spirit Beast Island. 300,000 kilometers away from the Spirit Beast Island, there was one that went to the Lu Island, and there was one that went to the Lu sect. It was a small sect, and there were only 200 to 300 people in the sect, from the sect master to the disciples. There were countless small sects like this in the Eastern Sea. The Lu sect hadn't been established for a long time, just over 1,000 years. However, because it was located overseas, it was rich in resources and was able to survive. It had once encountered a crisis and was almost exterminated. The Wind Monarch was one of the disciples of the Lu sect. He was born overseas and was chosen by an elder on the Lu Island. However, his cultivation talent could only be described as SOSO. When he went to the Lu sect, his junior brothers and junior sisters, who entered the sect later than him, were all much more powerful than him. The elders in the sect didn't have high hopes for him, so they didn't bother to care about him. The Wind Monarch was very free. Other than doing his homework, he would play and play. He loved to dive and swim. Before he started cultivating, he could hold his breath underwater for 30 minutes and dive 100 feet down. After he started cultivating, he was even more incredible. He could easily dive 1,000 feet into the sea. He found the remains of the great emperors in the depths of the sea when he was diving. At that time, he didn't think much of it, but later on, he found out that the remains were extraordinary. He was careful and didn't report this matter to the sect. He only spent his free time studying and playing with the skeleton. He didn't know why, but since he obtained the skeleton, his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, and his realm had soared all the way. However, no one discovered this except for him. Even the elder who led him into the sect didn't notice it. Although he didn't know the reason, he vaguely guessed that his changes were related to the remains. Naturally, he treated it more like a treasure. Gradually, his cultivation far surpassed the others. It would be fine if that was all, but later on, something happened that made him go crazy overnight. A demon grew in his heart, and he slaughtered the entire Lu Island. After doing this, he didn't dare to stay for long. He fled the Eastern Sea and lived in seclusion for many years. The demon territory invaded, and the demonic path rose. He took the initiative to surrender, and became one of the 4 great monarchs under the Pathmaster, his name spreading far and wide. He had been playing with the remains of a great emperor for so many years, and was also a false emperor elite. Naturally, he could tell that the remains were extraordinary. He was also loyal, and after joining the demonic heavenly path, he offered the remains to the Night Shadow Great Emperor Qin. Qin was very impressive. He could see the origins of the remains of the great emperors at a glance, and naturally praised the Wind Monarch. Originally, Qin planned to come personally. Although he was one of the great emperors, in terms of reputation and strength, he was probably not as good as the Flowing Time Great Emperor. He naturally cared about the things of the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. However, before this, Qin had to guard the passage between the 2 worlds, so he couldn't spare any time. After Yang Kai returned from the demon domain and sealed the passage between the 2 worlds, the demon race was in an abyss of suffering, so he couldn't leave. Helpless, he handed the remains back to the Wind Monarch and ordered him to make the trip. Originally, everything was done quietly, but who knew that a blind cat would run into a dead mouse, and Yang Kai would ruin everything. The Great Array was destroyed, and the Flowing Time Temple was hidden in the 4 Seasons realm. The Wind Monarch could only escape here, and refine the Endless Hourglass, then use it to control the Flowing Time Temple. After that, it was a life-and-death battle with Yang Kai. Even now, he couldn't understand how a mere 3rd-layer Emperor Realm cultivator could fight him to the point where both sides were injured. In the end, he even provoked the 2 freaks, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui, and even Xiongqi. The Wind Monarch felt that he had 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Even if he died now, he wouldn't be able to die in peace. After asking for the reason, Xiongqi frowned. "Only 1 remains?" The Wind Monarch weakly replied, "Only 1." At this point, the Wind Monarch could only say whatever he wanted. If he said that there was only 1, then there should only be 1. Have you ever gone back to take a look over the years? Yes. The Wind Monarch coughed softly, blood constantly flowing out from the corners of his mouth. He looked like he would die at any moment. Since I saw the remains of the great emperors, I naturally went back to investigate carefully, but I didn't find much. You should still remember that place, right? Yang Shui asked. The Wind Monarch gently nodded. Take us there. Yang Shui stared at him. This matter was of great importance, so she and Yang Xiao had to go there personally to feel at ease. The Wind Monarch couldn't find the other remains, but that didn't mean she and Yang Xiao couldn't. After all, they had received the inheritance of the great emperors and could sense it. If there were other remains of the great emperors at the bottom of the sea, as long as they were within a certain range, they would definitely be able to find them. Under the eaves, one had no choice but to lower one's head. The Wind Monarch naturally agreed on the spot. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.